Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the StarCraft Evolution League number 13, your bi-weekly dose of StarCraft Evolution StarCraft. I'm of course VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the human chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to some more StarCraft Evolution. Again, if you've been here the entire day, happy, get some rest because this is our second broadcast of the day and our third event, I suppose, as we were live earlier this morning. We were live 10 hours ago. We were live 10 hours ago with Kung Fu Cup, which also features StarCraft Evolution, which also featured ByuN, Dark, and many other players as well, all duking it out in StarCraft Evolution. Then we did cover the SCL, the StarCraft Evolution League Masters number 3, which was a best of 7 show match between SHIN and 3Point. And now we're here tonight with SCL proper number 13. Oh boy, so the StarCraft Evolution continues all day today. Here we go. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, maybe wondering, why is he putting so much emphasis on the tournament name? Well, because the game mode is a part of the name. SC Evo, StarCraft Evolution, is the game mode that they are playing in. It is a mod in StarCraft. It is not regular SE2. This is a mod that does bring together Brood War and StarCraft 2. It does pit them against each other in a 1v1 format. This is not a direct copy of Brood War. I should emphasize that. I think a lot of people do tune in and they do expect it to just be like a carbon copy, and they probably expect there to be like some balance disparities as a result. This originally was, they ported it over, then they did balance and adjust it to make sure that it is competitive with StarCraft 2. When it comes to the StarCraft 2 side of things, they leave it alone. They leave it as to whatever the base game is, and they do balance and adjust and make changes to the Brood War side of things to be, again, as balanced as possible. There have been instances already in the meta that do favor certain things or disfavor certain things. I think in most recent times, of course, in Terran matchups from the Brood War side of Terran, it was very popular and it was very meta and very powerful to go 3x stim. If you've been watching SC Evo over the past like 4 months, you would know that it was plaguing the meta, going 3x stim. It was brutal, and it was nerfed like 3 different times. And it just kept going strong. But it has things like that have been adjusted. For another example of that is mech. Brood War mech in the past, Goliaths were really powerful, to the point where you could even go mass Goliath. Goliaths are obviously like almost like a Thor, like a Brood War Thor, really good anti-air units, but their anti-ground attack was powerful as well, and they had to basically adjust and nerf the anti-ground to make it a little bit more specialized, a little bit less well-rounded, and a little bit less powerful. So changes like that were made. On the flip side of things, there were improvements made to certain races, or to certain aspects of certain races, specifically the scouts. If you're familiar with the Brood War Protoss, then you would know the scout, for example, is an anti-air specialist, but its anti-ground attack tickles units. I think it does even less damage than the Sentry. I could be mistaken there, but again, in SC2, Sentry is known for tickling units. In Brood War, it was the Scout, and that was changed to allow and to improve the Scout anti-ground to make Stargate openers more viable in a lot of matchups, where previously it really wasn't, just because the Scout was not really as strong of a defensive tool as a Void Ray is in the SC2 counterpart, for example. So there have been changes made here and there. I think another most recent change is Zerg. Brood War Zerg was considered by most, if not all, to be inferior than SC2 Zerg, so a lot of the base units were improved. I think this was like maybe 2 months ago at this point. The Zergling and the Hydra, they specifically, I want to say the attack speed of the Zergling was increased. The base attack speed, and I believe it's still the same if you finish researching Adrenal when it comes to Hive Tech. I think that's the same, but like before that, I think the attack speed was increased, and same with the Hydra. The Hydra was also buffed as well, just to try to keep it up with things in SC2. So again, like there are a lot of changes, a lot of adjustments. On top of that, my favorite part are the maps. A lot of maps get ported over from Brood War into StarCraft Evolution with their own changes as well. So again, there's a lot of work that gets put into this mod, a lot of work going on behind the scenes. And before we jump into our tournaments, a big shout out to those working on the mod, and if you want to help support it, !SC Evo. There we go. exclamation mark SCEvo in the chat, and you'll get a link to the Patreon of the StarCraft Evolution team, Team Kaprulu. And if you want to help support them, if you want to help them out in their passion project, then you can do so there. They put in a lot of work when it comes to porting mods, when it comes to balancing the game, when it comes to creating new graphical assets. Again, a lot of custom graphical assets for the Marine, for the Zergling, for the Hydra, for almost all the units. Not every unit, but almost all the units have their own custom skins, basically, just to make them distinctly different to the SE2 side of things. So again, they put in a lot of work. I think most recently they did create the assimilator for Zerg, so there's now a new Zerg assimilator, which is very veiny. It's very veiny, very detailed. What was the other most recent change that they, or recent building that they added? I know that they made their own defiler mound. True. I felt a little bit bad because we kept making fun. Because fun fact: so at the start of the year, if you were watching, the defiler mound was actually a roach warren. They just repurposed the roach warren as a defiler mound, and we would always poke fun at that. To the point where they were like, you know what? These ducklings, they keep poking fun of it. You know, we'll make our own. And they did. they made their own defiler mound. So much love to the team. But as we settle into this, a big shout out to Captain Fish Gap. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid earlier at the start of the broadcast. Hope you had a great time streaming and laddering and getting ready for our amateur tournaments throughout the course of the month. And likewise, thank you so much, Captain Fish, for the Twitch Prime as well. Thank you so much. As we are going to be jumping into our tournament, as we now have gone through kind of the preamble. Switch our scenes over. Let's catch up with the bracket itself. Now, when it comes to this event, this is a replay cast. We are not covering, or we just haven't been able to cover many of these SCEvo events live, just because we've been so busy with EWC and with DreamHack Dallas and with GSL. Like, we've been casting everything else. We've been so busy. I think we spoke about this earlier. Currently, we cast twice a day, every single day, and even then, we're overbooked. Like, there's just still so much StarCraft going on, and we can't cast everything, unfortunately. So here we're catching up. You know, we have our catch-up stream. This morning we caught up with Kung Fu Cup. This evening we're catching up with StarCraft Evolution. For those that are curious, these events did occur over the weekend, so not even that long ago. A couple of days ago on Saturday, I believe it was actually clashing with MSO, with our Masters 1 Open, which was leading into Firegrow Cup. So we were casting MSO into Firegrow Cup while we were doing those two events. This event was also going on. So that was a couple of days ago, and we have our quarterfinals ready for us. So here we go. We have from the top, ByuN versus Rebellion could be facing off. Again, we already casted ByuN, Dark, 3-point, SHIN, all these guys earlier this morning in Kung Fu Cup and in the show match, and now a lot of them are here once again. So ByuN versus Rebellion facing off in the TVP. We have a 3-point versus Bratok, also in a TVZ as well. Scrolling down, we have SHIN versus the STC. I'm very excited as always to cover some STC action. The STC is usually casting, and even organizing some events, but here he is going to be playing instead, stepping into that player role. He's a strong player in his own right. And then we have ByuN versus Mindle VK at the bottom of the bracket. The plan here today is we're going to be covering every single quarterfinals match, and then we'll be taking a break. Then we'll be jumping into the semifinals as well. There has been a bit of a change as of late. The semifinals are now best of 5s. In the past, it used to be best of 3, and then best of 5 finals, but now the semis are best of 5s, and the finals were also best of 5s as well. So now we have more matches, more games, more StarCraft. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. Whew. Just catching up. So we are jumping in. Split screen casting. Oh no. One day. All the casting. But yes, we're going to be jumping into our first series. Up first is going to be ByuN versus Rebellion. Of course, ByuN at the moment I would say is dubbed as the best Terran player in all of StarCraft Evolution. I would say ByuN's number 1, Spirit being number 2, then number 3 is maybe a toss-up between, you know, Honmono, Quanta, ByuN as well. Bratok, Milky Cow, they're also up there. But he is the number 1 seed of the tournament, and here he is spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing StarCraft Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing among SE2 people. It is Rebellion. Here we go. So we are going to be jumping in. and calming things down. From our initial openers here, again, welcome to Pylon. Pylon is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, known for more aggressive builds, and we have seen a lot of aggression from ByuN. I mentioned earlier that ByuN, has been very fond of these 3-rack stim timings, especially in the Brood War Terran side of things, but here as SC2 Terran, he likewise also has been enjoying a lot of 3-racks openers in this matchup as well, so we'll keep an eye on him. We'll see how he does open up. For the time being, double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC, already a more aggressive start. This can lead into reactor Reaper Hellion, this can lead into early Cyclones, early tanks, Banshee play as well. There are going to be options for ByuN. Meanwhile, Rebellion does scout, does confirm. Back at home, when it comes to the meta of PvT in StarCraft Evolution, when it comes to what we expect to be seeing as well, it has been very... Oh, never mind, we're proxying. I was gonna say, it's very common to open up Disruptor Drop or to open up Zealot Legs and charge into Storm. That has also been very trendy, but Rebellion, he goes for a 3-gate setup here. Cybercore is now on the way, but the proxy 2 gates are ready, and this is designed to try to punish a low ground CC. As we can see, though, we're going for a faster factory. Oh! As the probe is gonna go down. Brutal pick off here. The probe does fall. Factory is gonna be on the way, and the CC is delayed. This also means faster Hellion, faster Cyclone, just faster production in general. This is going to be a safer start here from ByuN. We'll see what Rebellion can accomplish here as he is waiting for Dragoon production, waiting for that Cybercore to complete. Cybercore is done. Dragoons are on the way. Now again, Dragoons, they are sturdier than the Stalker counterpart, but they're also less versatile or less active, less mobile. That's it. They're less mobile. As Reaper does run into the Zealot. This will delay the Scout, actually. ByuN, he's kiting well here, that is true, but he is avoiding the Scout. He doesn't know that there's no expansion. He doesn't know that he's being all-in. It's a one-base all-in here from Rebellion. And ByuN is, again, otherwise distracted. Oh, the missed shots. I don't know if you noticed. But there is a percentage chance to miss whenever an attack happens. As you can see here, 25. Let's go. Basically, half the shots are missing as we attempt to focus on the Zealot. Eventually, it's going to go down. But for those that are curious here, there is a different mechanic in StarCraft Evolution. Basically, whenever you attack a unit that is in the tall grass, even if you're in the tall grass itself, even if you have vision, it doesn't matter. There is a percentage chance to miss and do 0 damage. Same here when it comes to pushing up a ramp as well. So high ground and ramps are even more important. Meanwhile, the first Depot does go down. The Dragoons, they work their way in. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Cyclone's on the way. Just needs a little bit more time. CC's delayed. Command Center is delayed. Cyclone does pop. And with that, we should be able to bully this back. Yeah, it does bully back. Dragoon goes down. Nicely done. He does maintain control of the high ground. You can see there are a couple of shots aren't connecting. You can see there that the shots are missing. And the Cyclone holds. Cyclone does defend. But again, it means that the high ground advantage is even more crucial, even more impactful here in StarCraft Evolution. Just because you can send off a volley and you can do 0 damage. As I saw a couple of times there, where the Cyclone just wasn't taking any damage from a couple of those shots. With that, the CC is almost done. Tanks are on the way. And ByuN should be secure here on one base. At the same time, across the map, Rebellion now expands. But this is a late expansion from Rebellion. He committed quite hard to this. And honestly, what did he get done? 4 SCVs. He killed 4 SCVs, he killed 1 Depot, killed 1 Marine. So far, this hasn't really been worth the investment. But if we can contain ByuN a little bit longer and get fully saturated, then it's going to be okay. Like Rebellion, as long as he's able to take an economic advantage here, then he should be okay. But so far, that still hasn't happened. Behind this, going into a Reaver drop, a proxy Reaver drop. This is brutal in the sense that if we lose control of this position, we lose everything. Like, did we need to proxy the bay? Like, did we? Oh no! As it all gets spotted, it all gets scattered. Now, ByuN is aware, and he's fully aware of the Reaver drop that's coming in. Reaver drops on the way. Thankfully, we don't proxy the observatory, at least, I suppose. But again, like, if ByuN ever breaks out, if he breaks this position, there's just so much value here at this proxy. When we're trying to, like, macro out of this as well, I'm a little bit confused. I mean, I say that, we're not making probes. Oh, yeah, we're not making any work, because it's a fake expansion. Fake expansion was still in. Okay, there we go. There's a transfer. Reaver's on the way. We're about to drop in. Let's go. Let us go. So you're making your way towards the main. Tanks are setting up. ByuN, he will soon expand. He's got his 3 tanks here. There we go. CC's on the way. Viking behind this. So far, does delay. Likewise, Reaper goes down across the map. Rebellion trying to bait out that perfect shot. Trying to bait out the Marines. Again, ByuN is aware. Takes down the Observer. Nice snipe. Shot's gonna be going up. Where does he target? On the tank. Meanwhile, brutal lockout here on that shuttle. Blast so far, no major losses from either side. Yeah, but ByuN, he breaks out. He does break out. Can now expand. Behind this, going for the Citadel, working towards Ella legs. And even though Rebellion did contain for quite some time, ByuN has an equivalent worker count. And he has mules, so ByuN's ahead. Economically, I should say. ByuN has a greater economy, but there is still a lot of potential with this Reaver. This Reaver can eviscerate a mineral line, can get a good connection on the Marines. Like, there's a lot of potential here to get damage done. Double forge, double upgrades on the way. I would feel a lot more comfortable if ByuN did spread out his Marines. Like, they're so clumped up. I mean, the tanks are keeping him safe. True. Like, they are keeping him safe. Bearing in mind that the Reaver, there is a delay when it comes with shots. I'm referring to when you drop the Reaver, it does take like maybe 2 seconds to send out the first shot. And in that time, it can be targeted down. I think it's like 1.5 or something. Yeah, as you can see. Basically, if you notice, when the Reaver gets dropped from the shuttle, there's like a little stun icon. There's like a little like swirl on top of its head. So you have to wait until that disappears, then it gets your shot off. As you can see. Oh. Again, it's like 1.7 seconds, I want to say. Something like that. So the opposing player does have time to react. Behind this, we have the Temple Archives on the way for Storm. 3rd base being taken. Rebellion's macroing up behind this. ByuN is yet to break out. Oh, Cyclone does overextend. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there. Does run in. Will lose a Cyclone. Meanwhile, ByuN, he does break out with his double drop. Ooh, and Rebellion, he is unaware. Back at home, what does he have? Back at home, he does have some reinforcements at the natural, at least. So far, Marines, they do fight back. So far, members' Ella legs are done. Rebellion does hold his own. And will force this back. Actually responding with everything here. Oh, the entire army does return. This was an overreaction from Rebellion. And this tells me that ByuN, he's now safe at home. He can now break out. Now can take his 3rd base. ByuN, he is relatively comfortable. Is looking comfortable here. See someone asking, how do they balance it? I mean, they've been balancing it and applying patches quite regularly over the past over a year at this point. I think it's important to bear that in mind. And this is what I was worried about. As the Robo and the Bayo depowered, and these are some pretty crucial pickoffs here. This means no more Reavers. No more Reaver production, no more Observer either. There is thankfully a 2nd Robo back at home, but the Bay will have to be rebuilt. Ooh, as Rebellion is supply blocked. So ByuN will clean all this up. Behind this again, we're just switching into High Templar, switching into Storm. But some people, I guess, might not be aware of this, but StarCraft Evolution, I believe, debuted almost 2 years ago. Like, it's been, it's only just recently, when I say recently, I guess last year, around July-ish is when tournaments started showcasing it, but has been in development for a long time. And again, a lot of time and effort has been put into patching, balancing, getting it ready for competitive play. Let's drop into the main. Does take down the Forge. Plus 2 is going to be denied. Nice pickup. Takes down the Forge, going for the Citadel. Storm going to be coming in. Storm is not ready. Oh, the High Templar doesn't extend. The High Templar goes down. Brutal pickup. Yeah, with that ByuN, he will get away. And again, a very valuable drop here. He gets so much value out of it. Denies plus 2, takes out a High Templar, pulls away. Behind this, establishes his third base. And here, ByuN does maintain a lead. I mentioned earlier that after the failed proxy, after the failed all-in, Rebellion, even though he took a natural base, even though he's getting his third, he's still behind economically. Like, that's why ByuN now has a larger army, with that greater economy, turning into a larger army itself. It's building up. And he will soon break out. You know, this drop, he's not done. He still wants the third, or the fourth even. Does force a cancel. Denies the fourth base. Again, Rebellion out of position. You know, we do have some DTs warping in. Dark Templar. From here, I believe that is the Maelstrom upgrade, if not mistaken. So, getting ready. I know there's 2 red. Yeah, there we go, Maelstrom. There we go. Maelstrom is on the way. For those that are curious, Maelstrom is an AoE stun. It's an AoE stun that only works on biological units. If you recall, who found that out recently? Was it ByuN? I think we casted Kung Fu Cup, even a StarCraft Evolution League like last week, and yeah, it was on the island map where we had gone. Where I think, was it Rebellion? My mistake. But we had a Protoss player going into Dark Archons, and their plan was to Maelstrom the Vikings. They went for the Maelstrom, it did nothing. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Like it does not work against mechanical units. And they get Spire. Just as a heads up, there's a lot of spells like that which kind of only work on biological or mechanical, or there's definitely some more niche spells, like Irradiate comes to mind, right? Which is also similar, which only affects biological units. But here we go. Both armies are max. ByuN moves out. Rebellion, he does miss the move out. No observers. Towards the left. Really does reposition. When it comes to the main armies, what do we have? We have 2 Dark Archons. Army slips in, gets off the EMP. EMP on the Dragoons. Maelstrom coming in. Doesn't quite land it, not yet. Ooh, Prism goes down, or Shell goes down. Denies the Reaver. No Reaver shots. So trying to come in. Does land the Storm. Does land the Maelstrom, not bad. Yeah, he does stun the army. And with that, ByuN is going to be chased back. Again, he did EMP all the Dragoons, but not the Spellcasters. As he's going to be chased back. Ooh, running into a line of tanks. Yeah, that is a lot of tanks. There is a Storm behind this, but we'll have to back off. The Dragoons are not built to break tank lines. Alright, guys, drop coming back in. Oh. Drop moves in. He's going to be forced back. And this army is just very Dragoon heavy, and I feel like it's hurting Rebellion more than anything. When it comes to trying to break, my choke goes off. When it comes to trying to break these siege lines, that's where Zealots do come into play. Zealots, they're cheap, they're mobile, they do a great job at tanking tank shots, at closing that distance, at buffering for your army. Meanwhile, this army here that we have with Master Dragoon, it's very expensive. Not the most mobile army either. But we are rotating. Rotating over towards the planetary. EMP doesn't quite connect with the Archon. Maelstrom mainly on Marines, not on the Ghosts. But here come the Storms. Oh, nice EMP! Yeah, much better EMP there from ByuN. Takes out both High Templars, 0 Storms. You know, the planetary did go down, but now the Dragoons are so exposed. And you can see that they just go down one after the other. Expensive losses here for Rebellion. And I'm hoping that he doesn't replace his losses with more Dragoons, I'll be honest. Does pull away. High Templar morphing in. The other downside with Rebellion's army composition, I don't know if you noticed, but he just has a very few amount of spellcasters. Earlier he had 2 Archons and 2 High Templar, and that's it. Like, he has just a very low amount of spellcasters, which means 1 EMP is sometimes all it takes. We saw there, it was just 1 EMP on 2 High Templar, and bam, there's no more storm, no more splash damage. So that is another concern here for what Rebellion is working with. Dragoons moving forward, they're moving into the tank line. Tanks they will punish. Reaver moving in. Oh, ooh, nice connection. Does connect well. Oh my god, but Dragoons, yeah, they just melt here. Again, they cannot push into this line of tanks. Not like this. And we're making more Dragoons. Oh god. Get down goes another EMP. Rollers from behind. Oh, Dragoons, they do get a flank off though, and here comes some storms. Okay. Storm's going to be coming in. They connect with mainly the Liberator. Tanks are still holding their own. Rebellion is being forced back. Once again, the Dragoon count. Oh my god. Gonna lose everything. The High Templar as well. High Templar, the Dragoons at the same time. This one Liberator getting 21 probe kills on that one Liberator. And Rebellion, he's running out of steam. Again, at a time, there was a time here not too long ago where both armies were maxed, but one army was not quite like the other, right? The soup does lie. The quality of the army from Rebellion was just worse. Again, it was just very Dragoon heavy, minimal splat or minimal spellcasters, minimal zealots. And now ByuN just has an overwhelming force. Now we have, I would say, a bit of a stronger High Templar count, but it's too little too late. The base goes down, ByuN dropping into the main. Rebellion trying to keep up. Let's try to keep up. Liberation has arrived. Nice split against the storms. Yeah, very nice split here from ByuN. He spreads well. Does hold on to the high ground. Forcing a fight within liberation zones as well. And this army is going to be cleaned up, but ByuN, he can afford it. He can afford to lose this army. Back at home, this is what we have. We have more Marines, Marauders, Ghosts. Plus 2 ship weapons on the way for those Liberators. And ByuN is looking solid. Now, Rebellion, he has been able to rebuild his worker counts, and he does have a decent worker count now. But he needs time to rebuild his army. He's up to 2 Archons, 2 High Templar. 3rd High Templar's on the way. ByuN still being active, ready for his EMPs. It looks like he's searching for the main army. Getting another base. Tanks are repositioning to defend that fresh base. Tanks are set. EMP's going off. Ooh, Prism goes down. And that's where the High Templar were, by the way. Oh no. High Templar, they crumble. And at this point, ByuN, it's time to stim, and it's time to win. Stims on 4 takes out almost every single Dragoon. The base falls, GG gets called, and ByuN will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN will take a lead in the series. Again, Rebellion just had a really awkward start to the game. Winding it back, if you remember, Rebellion, he opened up with a 3-gate opener. 1 at home, 2 proxied across the map. And honestly, it didn't feel quite worth it. He was able to contain ByuN. He killed 2 SCVs, did contain more base a little bit longer. But by the time ByuN broke out and took his natural, he was already keeping up worker-wise, and he had mules as well on top of that. Like, he still maintained greater economy. We saw that Rebellion, he just wasn't able to make the opener worth it. If you remember, the follow-up was a proxy Robo and a proxy Bay into a proxy Reaver drop, and he got 1 shot off on the tank and only 1. Like, that was the only shot going off in the first half of the game. We still had the Reaver shot going off towards the end of the game as well, but like, again, there was a big investment, big commitment into a proxy Reaver drop that didn't really amount to anything either. Like, sure, he was containing ByuN, but ByuN was happy to stay on 2 bases that much longer, eventually take a 3rd, and just snowball from there. GG. GG, well played. So a very comfortable game, I would say, from ByuN. And with that, ByuN ByuN takes a lead, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let's go. Is Rebellion a player or a bot? Rebellion, he's a Korean Protoss player. He plays in the GSL qualifiers, for example. He's a very active player in the scene. If you are maybe not too familiar with StarCraft or with the Korean scene, that maybe you haven't seen Rebellion before, it is possible. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing among SE2 people. It is Rebellion. Here we go. But as always, of course, remember to respect the players. They always, Rebellion as well does drop by in the chat from time to time. A lot of them do. We're not there to, I mean, we can of course critique their play, of course, but you know, always remember to be respectful. As we are settling into Maganatha. Maganatha, a much larger map in the map pool. Much larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Winding it back, Pylon is known for being a lot smaller, for favoring aggression, and we saw that once ByuN started to move out, I mean, it could not be stopped. Here, I would say that there's a higher chance to try to get away with something more greedy, with something more tech heavy even as well. Bearing in mind that the format that we use here in this tournament is loser's pick. Loser does pick if they stick with Brood War or if they switch to SE2, and Rebellion did choose to stick with Brood War, and we have seen Rebellion rush into Skytoss before. That may be the plan here, to open up Standard to try to gain map control, and this time to tech up into what? Into a Stargate, into a Fleet Beacon, in towards carriers. We'll see. If we wanted to do that though, we've seen it before, this would be the map to do it on. Would be on Maganatha. For now though, double gas opener once again out of ByuN, going for a faster factory. This time no proxy, which I appreciate. This time there's no proxy, there's no hyper aggression out of Rebellion. He's going for a more standard opener. The pylon location to me is interesting. It's further back, so it does feel like we want to try to hide some tech, but we'll see. We'll see if he does hide anything too crazy, if he doesn't. For now, everything's looking normal, and for now, Rebellion is expanding. It's got to be on ByuN to figure out what's going on. Reaper moves out. There it is. That's the beginning. The big. Pappy. How do we know? So Stargate opener out of Rebellion. He does hide the tech further back, and we'll see if ByuN can piece it all together. Now, if we can come into Maganatha, we can assume that something like a rush into Skytoss would be possible. ByuN can as well. Like, if we can assume it, so can ByuN. I'm not saying that this is a sure thing, and this doesn't have to be a rush into a Fleet Beacon. This could just be like a Stargate Scout opener, then into Charge, right? Into a Citadel, into Charge instead. Like, this doesn't have to be Skytoss, but it's still on ByuN to confirm what's happening. Behind this, going for a 1-1-1. Ooh, speaking of, +1 air attack is on the way. This screams Skytoss. I was saying earlier that just because it's a scout opener, we can still go into like Storm and into Charge, into a ground-based composition, but you would never rush into +1 air attack without the intention of committing into multiple Stargates into a Fleet Beacon. So this is confirmation. As +1 air attack is on the way. And again, like, this is probably the best map for this. There we go, second Stargate is thrown down. Now, when it comes to scouts, I did mention at the start of the broadcast how the scout was buffed a couple of months ago, just because, honestly, its anti-ground attack was very weak. I think it did less damage than a sentry. Like, it was pathetic just how much damage it would do. So it was increased to make it more viable as an opener, and now a scout does 3-shot SCVs. So you would need 3 scouts to 1-shot workers, or, you know, you'd need 2 scouts to 2-shot. As the scout does move out. Scout gets spotted. But alas, the Cyclone does move out across the map. Back at home, there's not much to defend. And so far, 1 SCV. Gets 1. Gets 2. Can we get 3? We can! 3 SCV kills, not bad. And back at home, we are building up more scouts. The Fleet Beacon is on the way. And ByuN does make his way towards the main. Scout is in position. Ooh, despite that, the look-on is brutal. Yeah, brutal lock on in the scouts. It is going to go down. Oh my god, barely does survive. Whew, okay, that's very too soon. Yeah, it does fall. ByuN, he doesn't get behind the mineral line though. That's what's important. Right now, as we mentioned before, just because there's a Stargate opener doesn't mean it's going to be Sky Toss. It could still be Stargate into ground toss, right? Into a ground-based army. So ByuN still doesn't have confirmation. Nice snipe on the pylon. Scout does zone away. And with the fleet beacon finishing, we should be working towards carriers, I would imagine. Again, when it comes to Brutal Protoss, like, they don't have as many options when it comes to, oh, do I want to make a Tempest or do I want to make a carriers? Like that, it's just carriers, mate. Just carriers. For now, they're committing into more scouts. And there it is. The first carrier is soon to arrive. Bearing in mind that these carriers, they typically do need an upgrade. By default, Brutal carriers, they only have the capacity for 4 interceptors at a time. But with the upgrade, you can go up to 8. So you can build up to 8. With the upgrade, I should emphasize. As these scouts, because there's so many of them, he's forcing ByuN to stay back at home, right? ByuN, he's contained. He's contained on 2 bases, and there's more than enough to one-shot SCVs. Oops, scouts getting low, but they do all escape, and carriers are amassing. So Rebellion, he's getting there. He's getting there, he's getting to that point. It does pull away. Does pull away. Claiming his third. Now, upon seeing that many scouts, even though ByuN hasn't confirmed the main, now he knows, right? Now he knows that it's Sky Toss. Like, you don't go mass scout like this unless you're going for a fleet beacon into carrier. So ByuN has confirmation. Behind this, ByuN going into some Widowmine support, coming into Bio, of course. Still just the 1 starport, so just making 2 Vikings, or can soon make 2 Vikings at a time. Yeah, does move out. Does move out, getting within range. He scans, he does spot the carriers. Intercept upgrade is done. Cannon's going to be going down. And how many carriers do we have so far? 3. 3 carriers. Oh! Scouts. Oh, trying to get within range of the tank. So far, nice zoning there by ByuN. Getting zones well. Oh, a big overextension. 2 scouts go down for free. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Rebellion. He did leave his army idle. And that was actually a big loss. Losing 2 scouts. With that, ByuN is still just rallying across the map. Carriers, they can't quite engage. And again, the problem is carriers are good, they're a capital ship, but you know what's better? A man with gun. So far, 1, 2 tanks go down, he gets all 3 tanks. Gets all 3 tanks, brings a stim on forward. Remember, there's no splash damage. And the boys are being pulled away, the carriers are exposed. Barely any interceptors left. And ByuN, he's doing it. He has done it, he has broken on through. Again, you can see just how vulnerable this kind of Sky Toss army is, at least without High Templar, without Storm. Boys are being pulled, and ByuN, he will stim, he will win. He'll break on through. Again, there's just not enough interceptors, not enough carriers, and he will kill 1. Takes out 1 carrier, now going for another. And Rebellion, he almost got there. He almost got there. He almost got to his ideal. He did get up to 6 carriers, true. Soon to be was getting up to 9 carriers. The army's overstimmed, okay. Army is overstimmed, but that's still 42 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. That is still brutal damage. And ByuN is still not done. He's still killing more interceptors. He's got 45. 45 interceptors. From here, Rebellion is down to 27 workers. Again, barely an economy, but he is on a high base count. And he can make 4 probes at a time. Saying that, ByuN should not give Rebellion room to breathe. From here, moving out. Takes down the Nexus. Rebellion, he's on 8 carriers. He's got 8 carriers with his army. Oh god, these Jesus. Interceptors, he does have the destruction web. Let's go. Does have the web. And that does buy some time. And I believe there are more Corsairs on the way. But Marines, they just hold their own. Yeah, they just hold their own here. They start to step in, they take down one of the carriers, they get 1, they get another carrier, and another 3. Oh my god. 3 carriers go down, and man with gun. It's pretty good. For those that are curious as to what Disruption Web is, it's almost like Blinding Cloud, but GG gets called. ByuN, he will overwhelm, and ByuN will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, ByuN. He will claim the series. Shout out to Rebellion. Again, I do appreciate the build that was used in game 2. Again, Maganatha, like, that is kind of where you can get away with that, and he almost did. He almost got away with his Sky Toss. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to contain his opponents. Likewise, he was a little bit late to get into I almost said disruptors, but to get into those Corsairs. Basically, I would say that the ideal supportive unit that early on for the carrier would be either Zealots, like Charge Lots, or I guess Speed Lots, or Storm, or Corsairs. As we saw towards the very end, Corsairs, they do have a spell that's similar to Blinding Cloud called the Disruption Web, and that is something that you can use to try to break those bio armies, to try to preserve your army, to deny any kind of attacks, and to zone the forces away. But we only saw that towards the very end. If we had gotten there maybe a little bit sooner, maybe a little bit earlier, then we could have maybe pulled off a defense. It still would have been difficult there. It still would have been very, very difficult. Regardless, GG. GG well played. Before Rebellion could really hit his own final form, he was shut down. So solid timing there from ByuN as well. Again, once he realized that it was going to be Sky Toss, he was very active, very aggressive, made sure that Rebellion wouldn't get comfortable, that Rebellion wouldn't be able to stabilize and tech up as well. Remember, like, Rebellion just needed a little bit more time to perfect his army, and ByuN, he knew that he was on a timer. With that, GG well played. ByuN does advance on to the next round, to the semifinals, and up next we do have another... matchup here. We have another TVZ to jump into. Let's go. To determine who will face off against ByuN in those semis. Bam. As up next, we have a ZBT, a Zerg vs Terran between threepoint and Bratok. I hope you're ready for some mech battle. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of Vermeer, we do have the red Zerg player, himself, the South Korean Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is a 3-point. I'll change his color. I got you. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Snarcom. It is Bratok. We go. So we are going to be settling in. calming things down. And from here, again, welcome to Vermeer. It is going to be a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top left, top right, and bottom left. It's up to our players to determine where each other are. And you can see here, we do see 3-point moving out towards left-hand side, looking for Braddock's spawn location. Overlords are on the move. We do see 3-point going for a faster gas geyser. Interesting. So early gas, early spawning pool, late expansion here by 3-point, and with this he can go into early link speed, into a link flood, or he can go for early roaches as well. So we'll see what the gas is going to be spent on. Regardless, aggression, right? Hyper aggression here from 3-point. Meanwhile, across the map, we do see Braddock opening up with his own double Rax, soon to be a 3rd Rax opener. He's going for the 3x stim. Again, we spoke about this at the start of the broadcast. This is a build that has been nerfed quite a lot this year, but despite that, it's still a very solid build itself. So this is going to be a 3x stim timing. Basically, we go for the Academy after this into early stim, and this hits like a truck. This can hit like a truck, but 3-point is very, very well practiced against this. Like, this is a build that has been just plaguing the meta for the past like 4+ months. So Zerg players that are familiar with StarCraft Evolution, they're used to it. Like, they have gotten used to it, they are prepared, and they're very well practiced. Let's go. Just catching up with the chats. If you're listening to the stream, as we mentioned, ideally, of course, there would have needed to have been support for the army, but because that attack happened so early on, I believe that even if, to be honest, even if Rebellion had gone into something like Storm, most likely that sim timing still would have broke him. Again, it was on ByuN to recognize how greedy his opponent was being. Like, rushing into carriers and rushing into Skytels is not normal. It was a very greedy tech thing for Rebellion to do, and it was punished for that greed. It's not like that was like a standard game that got into late game. Always important to bear that in mind. As I was curious what the gas is going to be spent on. Link speed, not into roaches, link speed into a Bane Bust. Let's go. We're going for the all-in. 3-point is going for the Bane Bust. Meanwhile, back at home, there's already a bunker, a second bunker on the way. There was an SCV scout. Nicely done, Braddock. He did SCV scout, did confirm what was happening. He saw the late expansion, he saw the early gas, and he's walling up. And we'll see if 3-point can break this defense. So far, 2 bunkers. I love that the bunkers are spread out. It does mean that Banelings can only hit one. They can't hit both. So the bunkers are spread. Banelings are morphing in. We have fire bats. Yo, the fire bats have arrived. Okay. Yo, time to light it up. As with that, oh, the Banelings, they will crash into the bunker. They shut down the fire bats. Boys are being pulled. And the 3rd bunker is still not yet done. Yeah, barely not done in time. The Banelings are going to be waddling in. And the bunker looks like it weren't quite complete. Yeah, it weren't complete in time. With that 3-point, he has done it. He has broken the back of Braddock. SCVs are falling. There's still 2 Banelings left. The boys, they cannot be pulled into this. Oh no, they punch up. They do punch up. And it looks like the Lings are being cleaned up, but we're still rallying. We're still rallying across the map. There's still more to come. The Bailing is barely denied. And again, that was a clutch hold. The bunker just finished up too little too late. And with that, that's going to be 16 SCV kills. Now, what's important, 16 workers just went down. Fun fact, 3-point only up by 2. Well, now joining up a little bit more. But again, his lead isn't too much. We'll now go to low ground. Yeah, Lings are still catching our Marines. And 1, 2 more Marines going to be falling. Oh, barely gets 1 more Marine. And from here, the game will continue. Technically, Braddock does hold, but how many workers did he lose? 17. Oof, 17 SCV kills. That is brutal damage. And from here, the game continues. From here, 3-point, he's droning. He's droning up, he's saturating back at home. Ooh, rushing into a lair. With this early lair, we could go a couple different directions. This could be for Nidus play. This could be for a faster Spire into Muta play. I mean, hey, gases are being taken, but oh, it is going to be a Roach Warren. Not preserving, not saving up for a Spire. Okay. Going for the Roach Warren. As Baratok does try to break out. I believe he does have stim. Yeah, he does have stim. He has 2 medics. Like, this army is quite threatening, don't get me wrong. And it comes down to the control. How does he handle all these slow banelings? As there's 9 slow banes on the way. We have links coming to reinforce us around. Baratok does stim in. But 3-point, nice target. Very nice target firing. But there are so many banelings. Yeah, there are too many banelings. 3-point, he will clean this up. He shuts down the push. And he holds. Doesn't just hold. Now he can counter-attack. Behind this, still droning, still saturating. The layer is now done. Roach Warren is complete. And Baratok, he is stuck at home and he's lost a lot of momentum. Again, bearing in mind that the entire purpose of the build here from Baratok was to go for a stim timing, but he was delayed, he was denied, he was forced to defend. He's still trying to recover economically. And he's stuck at home. Now, from here, 3-point can do whatever he wants. Like, he could get a third base and drone. But for now, it looks like he is being very tech-heavy. Getting into upgrades, +1 carapace. He's droning up a little bit, but also making roaches. He's not fully committed one way or the other yet. As 3-point will soon look to expand. Still, never mind. 8 roaches are on the way. It's a lot of roaches. He's building up his roach count. Now, Baratok, he did scout the Roach Warren, so he should know it is not safe to push. He should know that there's a pretty high chance that 3-point is just banking up roaches. Scans. He's pushing. He is moving out. As he moves out, Lings move in. Baratok in position. So far, so good. Now, I'm not too fond of the idea of Baratok trying to force the issue here at the natural. I mean, clearly, like, he won't be successful. There's a lot of roaches. But what Baratok can do is check for the third. Does rotate over to the right, towards the right. He does scan. He does see the wall of roaches. And Baratok, thankfully, doesn't try to push in. But we do see 3 points. Again, he does take advantage. He does move out. He does catch up the army. Yeah, it does catch him out. Baratok left his army idle. And he will lose everything here. He will lose the fire bats, the medics, and the marines. Ay. Again, Baratok, he saw the army, did back up, but he did leave his army idle in the middle. And with that, he will lose so many marines. Down to 2 medics. 4 marines going down. I mean, he's trading at least with the roaches. Not bad. Getting himself the Ravagers. Dust them in. Dust them forward. Gets 1 Ravager. Still not ideal trading, but again, at least he's trading with his opponent. No drones, no saturation at the third. Behind this Baratok, Jesus. No expansion. He scans, does spot the expansion, does spot the hatchery. He sees no droning, no saturation. Just 2 base all in out of 3 points. We can see the 3-point now starts a couple of workers. Rallied into the main. And from here, boys are being pulled. Does try to stim in. Medics, they're putting in a lot of work. Keeping the army going. And Baratok, he should be able to hold on here. And there's 1 Ravager left. Baratok stimming in. He takes down all the roaches. But that did cost him 17 SCVs. I mean, this would be fine if only 17 SCVs didn't just go down. Ay. 3-point, he got what he wanted. Behind this, now he's droning. Now he's looking to saturate. 3-point is done enough. And again, Baratok, he did choose to just commit and double down into Mass Marine. What I mean by that, he chose not to get a factory, he chose not to make any tanks, he chose not to make a starport for job play or for rates. Chose to just double down on Mass Marine. And at this point, he has to end the game. He has to end the game with this. Going for an 8 racks. Again, no more SCVs input. Oh, that does make a couple of SCVs. But he's down to 27. Stepping off the ramp. Threepoint trying to hold his own, trying to engage ahead of time. Is the move to go for. Threepoint now somewhat droning up. Again, doesn't have to drone up too much. Getting to Baneling speed, getting into Ling Bane or a Ravager. There we go, the boys are being pulled. I mean, but he knows, like, there's no macroing out of this. It's all or nothing. Banelings are almost done. Threepoint does spot the all-in. He knows. He's aware. Pulls back. Does pull back. Without trying to step in. Banelings, they connect with the SCVs. 14 more SCVs going down. And now it just comes down to the army. Oh! Does kite back. Nice target firing out of Brathok. Does target the Banelings. And now it's just Roche's. And just Roche's main. Queen gets caught out. But can he pull this off? Remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Threepoint. He needs more reinforcements. But I think he's running out of Marines. He's running out of steam here. As a lot of Marines are going down. Down to how many? Down to 22. And that's still a decent amount of Marines. There's another stim. Does he have enough? The boys are being pulled. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Threepoint getting desperate. He only costs him 13 drones. Boys down to 3 Marines. Yeah, down to barely anything left. GG gets called. Threepoint he holds, he defends, and Threepoint he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Threepoint he does take the game here. Again, every time he attacked across the map, he just was able to kill so many workers. 17 SCVs going down at a time. And again, but I thought he was all in there. Like, he decided never to tech up. He never got a 3rd TC, never got any factories either. He went into an 8 racks, 2 base all in with mass marine medic. And unfortunately, again, in the lead up to that all in, he was just bleeding out so many workers. Eventually, he had to pull the boys. It was his only chance. And even though he was, I would say, he was trading more efficiently, he just didn't have enough units, didn't have enough Marines. GG. GG, well played. With that Threepoint, he will claim the first game, and we are now getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Maganatha. Let's go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Brood War Zerg, we have the South Korean Zerg. Oh, God damn it. Bam. Representing Team Hyper 1, it is a Threepoint. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the SC2 Terran. Representing Team Starcom, it is Brathok. We go. Isn't Threepoint behind in this position? Brutal workers mine more. I think that would have been the case if Brathok did decide to macro out of it. Like, I think there was, especially after the first defense, I think there's like an argument to be made that would be a time to like get a 3rd TC and like get your factory and then like start to build up from there. But because it was going mass marine, unfortunately in the follow-up defenses, like, he had to pull the boys, right? He had to pull the boys to hold, to defend, which should make it that much more brutal. Hello, as we do have our hatch block moving out across the map. I'll be honest, I'm not used to seeing hatch blocks in ZVT. I'll be honest. Okay. So once again, faster gas. So gas pool opener out of our Zerg player. So this is lined up in such a way where the spawning pool is done. We do have enough gas for link speed. There we go, link speed is on the way. And what's important here is that we're staying in gas. We're staying in gas. Zerglings are in production. We might just commit here to the all-in using this proxy hatchery. Okay, you have my attention. Drone is being sent out. Oh, to expand. Okay, okay. For a moment there, I was thinking, are we going to spine rush? As Bratok, I believe, is unaware. Yeah, he's unaware. I should also emphasize, double gas opener, faster factory in the TVZ. This is not normal. On the one hand, we have 3-point being very aggressive, being very committed. At the same time, 1-1-1, and he hasn't even seen the low ground. Bratok, he's one base all in. Okay. Let him cook. Okay. Not used to seeing this in this matchup, I'll be honest. With this, we're going to be reactoring at Hellions. We have Marines on the way as well. Overlord Scout does confirm the starport, does confirm the lack of CC. Oh boy. Okay. Interesting. As with that faster gas, we're going to be going into Hydras. I was curious if we're going to go into Hydras or into a faster layer. We are building into Hydras. I mean, bearing in mind, initially our Zerg player was going to be the aggressor, but because he just scattered the one base all in, like he's setting up, defensively, he's going to be going for the spine rush here on the low ground to delay it and kind of push. Hydra's going to be on the way to deal with whatever comes out of the starport, whether it's going to be a Banshee or not. Again, the Overlord isn't fully aware if there's an add-on swap, but it's going to be a Liberator. Ooh, the creep, yeah, it does deny the add-on swap. Ooh, that was brutal. Yeah, so the add-on swap was denied. From here, going into a fusion core, going into one base BC. Okay, let's go. We're getting there in a bit of an awkward way, but we're getting there. This is also where it's that much more crucial that Hydras are amassing. And how many Hydras are there going to be? So far, 5. 5 Hydras for 3-point. Some of them are across the map. 3-point, he still hasn't seen the add-on swap. He still is. Wait. He stopped again. We have the fusion core. We have no tech lab. Okay, there we go. I was about to say there's no tech lab on the starport, but we're going back for another add-on swap. Now we're switching over, and now we have the BC on the way. Battle Cruiser is in production. As the colony goes down. And again, there is going to be at least some anti-air, but there's no spores, not yet. Again, there was no rescat into the main. Oh, shout to the Cerebrate. Love to hear it. Mining is going to be denied. We have 13, soon to be 17 Hydras. Match finally goes down. Here comes the BC. Teleports across the map. And the Hydras are not quite in position. They're trickling in. But there should be enough Hydras trickling in over time. But they can hold their own. Yeah, they can hold their own. Battle Cruiser is going to be zoned away. 3-point cornering the BC. We'll lose another Hydra. The Hydra goes down. Liberation zone towards the natural. I do love that we're doing this in unison here. As the BC does survive, does take down all the Hydras. Okay, impressive. More Hydras on the way. BC does get the hell. Oh no! Oh my god, BC does overextend. And this suddenly wasn't as worth it here. It does get 6 drones, that is true, but that was 6 workers for the cost of a Liberator and a Battlecruiser. And on top of that, Bratok is still on 1 base. He still has not expanded. I love that the Sunken Colony was thrown down a little bit further back, because colonies are the one way to spread creep with Brood War. The one way. Outside of hatcheries, of course. As we attempt to catch another BC, this time can teleport away. Do have a Spire in production. From here we can go into Scourge to help deal and shut down those battlecruisers. Likewise from here, 3-point should be droning up a little bit harder. Like, his drone count is okay. Oh, as the Hydras are getting roasted. Just are roasted. Likewise, Haley Rumby is getting ready to dive into the natural. For the most part, 3-point should be in position. He should be. Yeah, not quite. Drones are going to be going down. Not bad. 8 drones going to be falling. It is going to be a one-way trip. As they get 12 drones, 13. 13 workers. Likewise, BC towards the natural, towards the third. 14, 15 drones going to be going down. See to the main. Scourge already. And do we have enough Scourge? Oh, we do. Not bad. Whew. 2 more Scourge connect. BC does not teleport away. And now we need to take a moment here. We need to take a moment here to just calm things down. Coming into this Bratok, he is going to be up in workers. He has mules as well. Mining is going to be denied thanks to the mutas at least. What's the anti-air looking like? Okay, we have a battlecruiser. There are turrets, but the BC will hold. Now, as the dust settles, where exactly are we? I do like Bratok's economy at least, but it's not going to take too long here to just redrone. So, 3-point, he's redroning, resaturating. He's on 4 expansions. He's on 5 hatcheries, soon to be 6. Likewise, they take up quite heavily. He's got the Queen's Nest, no hive yet, but does have access to queens. I don't know if I'm too fond of the idea of doubling down and committing some more Mutalisks. Initially, they did well for themselves, I suppose, getting some worker kills. But is doubling down and going to more mutas. Not too certain how much damage they can really get anymore. But the turrets have... Okay, turrets have been rebuilt. Turrets in the natural. No turret in the main. Uh-oh. Yeah, no turret on the production. We're going for Stim! And can he deny? He shouldn't be able to. It's getting close. I think he's holding. Oh, I say that. Yeah, the Marines go down. BC teleports back home. Catching out 7 more SCVs. Getting 8 workers in total. Catching out one of the tanks. And again, this wasn't a bad trade here from 3-point. And this committing into Hydras. First queen has arrived. It does go for the parasite. For those of the curious, Parasite is kind of like Revelation. It's on the Cyclone. Likewise, nice concave with the Hydras. It denies the CC, collapsing on the ByuN army, and Brathoki does not have enough. Yeah, the tanks are too far back. Yeah, they're too far back. GG gets caught. He will bleed out the entire army, and 3-point, he will claim the series. He's still. You can see him. He's microing in the background. He's still controlling these units. Look at him. God damn it, 3-point. God. He's like, yes. Filthy Terran. There, now he taps out. GG. GG, well played. With that 3-point, he will claim the series 2-0. GG. Does advance on to the next round. Again, it was quite an intense back and forth, a very quirky build as well. As a reminder, how did this game begin? We had a gas opener at a 3-point, gas into pool into a delayed hatchery, going into early link speed with a proxy hatchery across the map to spine rush. Meanwhile, without even scanning the low ground, without even knowing that it was going to be the proxy hatchery and spine rush, what was our Terran player going for? Brathok, he was going for a 1-base all-in, 1-1-1. Into Liberator into BC. It was crazy, a crazy setup there, crazy 1-base play, and yeah, just very chaotic, and it could have gone either way. Like, there was some definitely strong moments from both players. Like, we had some nice counterattacks and run bys. The BCs doing some damage, but they were being shut down. GG all played. Unfortunately, Brathoki was never able to really build up that BC count into critical mass. Whenever he had one BC, he'd often lose it, so he wasn't able to build up that supportive army and build up those BCs. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into our next game. We're getting to our next series. Up next is going to be our next quarterfinals match, SHIN versus the STC, and I'm very excited to see how the STC does approach this. Again, for those who are unaware, for those that do not know, the STC, he was a pro player back in Heart of the Swarm. We were big fans of the STC. Fun fact: the reason why we have the Sparkling Tunic up is partly because of the STC, where there are a bunch of I guess references in our tournament name, just because our tournament was meant to be like the replacement to a Lima League, so like a Korean focused tournament. And the reason why it's a tuna is because of Ryung. He's Dongwon, he's the tuna Terran, so we did kind of choose the mascot to be a tuna because of Ryung, hence the Korean scene. And the reason why we picked the acronym STC, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, was because of the STC. Like that, there you go. So it all came together. So our Sparkling Tuna Cup is a reference to the STC, old school reference. But yes, he was a pro player back in the day, and nowadays he retired. He retired for a very long time. Now he's back as a caster. He still plays. He specifically only casts StarCraft Evolution. He doesn't cast StarCraft 2 tournaments, but he does cast events like this one, and even plays in the events as well. Let's go. So we'll see how he looks. We'll see how he compares. We'll see if our old school Heart of the Swarm pro can keep up with a player like SHIN, who stuck around throughout all of it. Heart of the Swarm into Legacy, of course, as well. Let's go. Play against all of the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Exactly. All of it. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Sylphid, we have the Red Zerg player, the Red Zerg, the South Korean Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the we have the Brutal Protoss. Never mind. He's main race Terran, by the way, but he is going to be playing Protoss instead. It is the STC. And he did pick Protoss, he did not pick random. Hold on. Let me just fix up his name. Bam! There we go. Okay, so STC is pulling a bit of a Clem. I have not experienced his Protoss before, so I don't know what to expect. I don't know what he's going to bring to the table, but we're all about to find out. Now, welcome to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, and top side as well, so 3 possible spawn locations. It's going to be up to our players to determine where we are. The Overlord from SHIN will confirm the location of the STC. Let's go. Not gonna lie, I mean, I know that CranKy has been playing a little bit of StarCraft Evolution in recent times, especially for the streamer event. It would be fun to see like a reunion between like the SEC, Crank, and ByuN. And Alicia as well. Bring them all back together. Of course, another reason why our Sparkling Tuning Cup references both ByuN and the SEC is because, again, it was meant to be a replacement for Lima League, and they both were a part of the Axiom Team House, which is, of course, kind of like also has ties with the Lima League as well. Like, so it all ties together. It's beautiful. Okay, as we are opening up Stargate, interesting. Stargate opener out of our Protoss player. Now, the last time we saw a Stargate opener, we were featuring Rebellion, and he rushed into Skytoss, right? Like, that was his goal, to rush into Skytoss, rush into carriers. That could be the end goal here, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards opening up Scout, and then switching into Ground Toss instead. I don't know if the SEC is one to try to risk rushing into Skytoss against SHIN of all players. For now, SHIN, standard opener, hatch gas pool, going into a third. Very low scouting across the map. There's the initial scout on the way. The initial scouts. Of course, SHIN is fully aware. This time we're not rushing into +1 air attack, at least not yet. Really, we're waiting for this Overlord to die. Once the Overlord goes down, then we'll get a better idea of what the SEC is up to. Does hunt on the Overlord. Does supply block SHIN. More scouts on the way. As the SEC does establish a third. Okay, so far so good. Now again, do we go for a second Stargate, or do we go for a tech structure going for the Forge? Forge for +1 into Citadel. There we go, Zealot Legs. So as we mentioned, we did expect this not to be Skytoss, so we expected this to be a Stargate opener into a ground-based army. It's going to be into Zealot Legs. And again, this is a proper build, proper setup. Is getting there. Until then, nice around. Oh yeah, no whole position micro. Zealot gets surrounded. Takes down one. Going up, now going. Oh, no time for the other. Going for the surround. The scout, unfortunately, is not as good as the Oracle when it comes to dealing with Zealots. Yeah, when it comes to dealing with Lings. Zealot has to reposition. Here comes the surround. On said Zealot. But it looks like the SEC will hold. Okay, impressive. Does hold, does defend, it does preserve that third base. So far, so good. Likewise, SHIN, he's going for his own +1 melee. Into, I expect to be Ling Hydra, but he's going for a safety mainly nest. Okay. I'll say nibble away at the queens. Ling's gonna force around. Oh, the shield, sorry, the cannons, no shield batteries. Yeah, they are late. And the third base goes down. That is a brutal pick-off. That's a kill, not a cancel. Zalsei go down as well, and this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Zalsei race back home. And the SEC is in a rough position. Behind this, he is trying to switch into Storm, into Zealot Legs, Mass Zealots, into High Templar. He's working towards it. But SHIN is not droning. Shin, he could take his gases. He could drone up further. He can get another expansion. But no, Shin is doubling down. He's making a massive wave of wings. No lair. No lair. It's going to be a hatched base all in. Just a bane bust. He's going for the bust. Morphing in 16 banelings. That will be enough to break the natural. Oh boy. And again, scouts, they're not oracles. Like, they're not built to defend against mass-link main like this. Not the same way an oracle can. There we go, banelings are waddling in. They knock down the pylon. They head into the mineral line. The SSC trying to pull away. Does pull away. Once again, just chasing down the probes. Connects with the Zealot instead. But regardless, this is still brutal damage. Getting into all the probes. Surrounding the Zealots. And getting 6 probe kills. And again, there's still no base, right? There's still no expansion. Oh, is that pylon blocking? No shot. As the +1 melee kicks in. Takes down the cannon, takes down all the Zealots. Yeah, you can see the pylon has to be killed to actually expand. It's a rough SimCity. And from here, Shin, he is taking somewhat. There we go. Now takes a gas. Now takes some gases. Hydrogen's on the way, so he's going into Lingbane Hydra. Got there in a different way, but it's getting there nonetheless. Comes in for the surround. Once again denies the third. Scouts are moving in. Ah, but there are so many queens. I say that the queens are getting surrounded. Okay. Zaltse popping off. Getting 1, 2, 3, 4 queens. Okay. 4 queens going down. But still plenty more where that came from. And Shin, he will hold. He will hold on. He will zone away. So far, so good. Yo, Papi, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And also, Papi, what are you doing awake? And I mean, Papi. But thank you so much, Eon, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And what the hell are you doing awake? From my understanding, it's quite late in the Americas, is it not? Did you stay up or did you wake up? Do I want to know? do I want to know the answer to that question? Eon. SMH my head. Get some rest, man. Get some rest. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great time. Laddering deep late into the night. As Dark Templar getting called out. Shit is secure on a 4-base economy, 75 workers. And again, the SSC has just been struggling to maintain a third. It still does not have a third, by the way. Likewise, Storm is still not yet done. It's only 6:30 a.m. in the morning. True, it's only... The sun is only just rising, Papi. What do you mean? True, true. You woke up at 10 p.m. Oh, no. Where's the emotes? Hold on, hold on. I have an emote for you. Ooh, storms are going off. Storms are going off. We get some decent connections, but the High Templar, they're exposed! No, the High Templar are exposed! High Templar gonna be going down. Shin with a surround takes down all the High Templar. There's just not enough support. There's just not enough here. And Shin, he will overwhelm. As we're down to 2 High Templar. The scouts are doing well for themselves. They do focus on some of the banelings. Storms, they mainly zone away. No major connections. And Shin, he has done it. He has broken the third for what, the fourth time? Oh no. Not like this. As banelings, they chase down the High Templar once again. And we're down to the 1 Archon. And GG gets called. Shin, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Had to post the email in the chat. But GG, well played. SHIN does take a lead in the series. Again, it was just a really rough start for the SEC. Winding it back, it was a standard Stargate opener into a third, which is standard in StarCraft 2. But as you can see here in Brood War, the Scout is weaker when it comes to trying to defend against Zerglings. Like the Oracle Pulsar Beam just shuts Zerglings down so quick and so hard and so fast. But the Scout ground attack, it's nowhere near as impactful. It's nowhere near as reliable, I should say. And we saw that the Zerglings, they just got a full surround, they forced a cancel, and the third base never got up. It legitimately never got up and running. Every time we got close, it was just shut down. It was either denied or killed. GG. GG, well played. With that, SHIN takes the lead, and now we are jumping to game number 2. We're going to be jumping into Maganatha. Let's go. As the SEC does choose to, I believe, retain the Brood War race. Okay, let's go. As morning, in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Protoss player. Typically Terran, but now trying his hand at Brood War Protoss. It is a South Korean player. It is the STC. The namesake for our tournament baddie. Oh my god. He is the sparkling tuna. I mean Ryung is the tuna. But the SEC, he's at least the sparkling side of things. There you go. Sparkling. Just setting him up. As once again we have a standard opener out of SHIN, and once again he does open up Hatch Gas Pool, does take the unnatural natural. That is something to take note of, but outside of that he does have a standard timing with the gases and standard timing with the spawning pool. Meanwhile across the map we do have our Gate Cybercore, and we'll see if the SEC does attempt to open up Stargate again. Again, the Stargate opener, I think it has potential in this matchup. For sure, and I think especially on Maganatha, there is a lot of potential for Stargate play. I mean, hey, we spoke about Stargate play and rushing into Skytoss in the Rebellion series, and we saw it out of Rebellion. We could see it here from the SEC as well. Meanwhile, back across the map, third hatchery before the first one is even done. So very greedy here from our Zerg player, rushing to the expansion as quickly as possible, rushing into that third. Now the downside is that I believe the queen is going to be delayed. I believe the second queen even. Yeah, there's only one queen being built, so the second queen is going to be delayed. Meanwhile, this time we do have a rush not into Stargate, into a Citadel of Adun. Okay, rushing into Zealot Legs. Got my attention. So the Citadel is on the way. From here, should gain access to Zealot Legs and to Templar Archives as well. Is going to be the available tech. Once again, we do have our early Baliness out of SHIN. Could be for safety, could be he intends to use it to be hyper aggressive across the map. Overlord Scout doesn't see much. He's not fully aware. Ooh, and I thought we were rushing into charge, and we should still be working towards Zealot Legs, don't get me wrong, but we are going to be prioritizing the Templar Archives. Okay. With this, we will gain access to Dark Templar and to High Templar, to all things Templar. Baileys are morphing in. SHIN is not droning. SHIN, he doesn't drone up his natural, he barely drones up his own third, droning up to only 22, and SHIN is going for a bust. Here we go. We're going all in, we're going for the bust. Meanwhile, that initial Templar Archives opener is indeed for Dark Templar. Baileys is going to be waddling in. And they do bust through. but are there enough Zerglings though? Oh no! Oh, the wall is thrown down. Dragoon does fall. Does take down the Dragoon. Likewise, Cybercore is under fire. DTs are almost out. Yeah, out comes the first Dark Templar, but that will let SHIN know to prepare back at home. As he knocks down the wall. Does hear the swipes. Here, bust into the mineral line. Catching out some probes, morphing in the banelings within the very same base. Let's go. And from here, he does hit the natural. Banelings, they head towards the main. They head towards the mineral line. Meanwhile, the natural race is forfeit. Oh! Ooh. So you get some connections, 15 probe kills. And now just going for the kill. Going for the throat. Back at home, spores are on the way. Boys are being pulled. It's a brutal defense here, and SHIN, he's doing critical damage. He's doing critical damage at this point. It was cool seeing a DT-based opener here, but once again, unfortunately, was vulnerable to the other game aggression. Likewise, no scout across the map. GG gets called. SHIN, he will break through. He will snowball out of control. He will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Game 1, we had a little bit more of a back and forth, getting into the initial opener and getting into what's a little bit of a longer game. Here, ended real fast and real quick. SHIN just going for the bust, going for the all-in. GG. With that, SHIN, he will advance on to the semifinals, and SHIN is waiting for the winner of our next series. Meanwhile, a shout out to the SEC, of course. As I mentioned before, nowadays he's been doing a lot of casting. He's doing less competing, less playing, and more casting in general here, specifically for StarCraft Evolution. He hasn't really dabbled his hand into covering online open tournaments for StarCraft 2. Now it has just been all on StarCraft Evolution. And here we go. Getting into our next game. Game 2 is going to be on Vermeer. Oh boy. Game 2? Sorry, our next series. Our next series is going to be on Vermeer here as we're getting into Game 1. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Vermeer, we have our red Protoss player. Our red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Mindel VK. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Terran player. We have the blue Terran himself. It is ByuN, aka TOP. There we go. Just setting everything up. Just getting everything going. As we have our initial openers, we do have ByuN going for a CC first, before of course, delayed rack. So later racks here, faster CC, very greedy build here out of ByuN. And from here, I'm curious to see if he does go for extra racks. Does he go for a second and third racks, or does he build up towards gases and work towards a factory instead? Work towards that extra racks. Okay, so it's gonna be 3 racks. It's gonna be 3 racks in timing. Once again, we saw this quite often already against other Zerg players. We saw it against threepoint, and again, this is a build that has been very prevalent throughout the meta, throughout the scene, throughout the region. And yep, there's the 3rd rack. So 3rd racks into an academy into a stim timing. Again, this is a build that was nerfed quite heavily, but still very prevalent. Very prevalent. Now, because this is going to be in a TVP, I don't expect firebats. Basically, we're going to be working towards an academy into an early stim timing. The academy also does allow medics and firebats to be built. That's why this hits so hard and so fast. In StarCraft 2, you typically have to wait for the factory, and you have to wait for the starport, and then you have to wait for the reactor, add-on swap, then medevac production for some support for your stim. But here, it all comes in one package. It all comes in the academy. That's why this is even stronger in Brood War than it is in StarCraft 2. And because of that, players have been getting a little bit it's been quite difficult to defend against it, to survive against it. Now, because this is going to be a TVP matchup, as I just mentioned, Firebats, they have their place against Zerg because they roast up Mineral Lines and they roast up Linkbane as well. Like, they do a great job against all things Zerg this early on, except for Roaches. Here, against Protoss, that's where Firebats are less effective, and you just want to double down on pure Marine Medic. Meanwhile, oh, another Stargate. Stargate opener out of Middle VK, which I don't think is the worst thing here. I mean, we are loading into Vermeer, but no probe scouts. Oh, that is greedy. No probe scouts out of Middle VK. Likewise, ByuN, he knows. He's fully aware of the location of his opponent, knows where he is, and he will soon knock down that front door. As we get into this, a big shout out to Protosito in the chat. Gracias. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time, and welcome. Aquí estamos castellano en inglés no en español. Y aquí estamos con el StarCraft Evolution League. Con StarCraft Evolution, no con SE2. StarCraft Evolution. Pero gracias. Bienvenidos. Ojalá que todo te fue bien. As here we go, as ByuN is moving out. Have a great cast. Oh, thank you. Do appreciate it. As ByuN does pull the trigger. Stim is done. Stim is complete. Likewise, the medics, they're here to support. And back at home, Middle VK, he has seen nothing, by the way. He sees nothing, he knows nothing. He does have a safety shield battery. He's got 2 Stalkers, he has Zealots. The Oracle's on the way. And here comes a Stim. Does focus on the first Zealot. Boys are being pulled. And boys are being pulled. Nice kiting here from ByuN. Does focus on the probes. At the same time, the Oracle does go ham. SCVs are going down. Both players are hurting. But both Stalkers fall. And now down goes every single probe here at the natural. Back at home, or the Oracle goes down. Marines defend, and Marines attack. And that's going to be all we had. That's going to be all she wrote. I mean, the Oracle can try to engage, but there are just so many and too many Marines. And again, you can just see how powerful this timing is. And it doesn't help, it hurts, I should say, that Middle VK never scouted, right? He scouted with the Oracle, he didn't scout with the Adept, didn't open up Sentry, didn't go for Hallucination. There are options, there are ways to scout early on in TVP, especially buffed ways in recent times, thanks to the NG overcharge with that Sentry. But the Oracle goes down, reinforcements have arrived. And Middle VK just doesn't really have much left. He does save his workers at least. As he does spot the probes. Again, at least they survived. And the game will continue. Okay. The game does continue from here. We do see ByuN getting into his own biotank setup. Meanwhile, Middle VK going to be staying on 2 bases a little bit longer, going for the Robo before expanding. Si es bilingüe, sí, papi, sí. Of course. Mis padres son de Perú. Mis padres son de Perú, pero yo estoy aquí en Australia. En Australia, papi. En Australia. So setting up. So you're going to be setting up here. Middle VK, of course, going to be expanding, taking his third. A bit of a more delayed expansion, but it's on the way, and from here taking up into the bay. Now, as it settles, where exactly are we? How much did we lose? Now, thankfully, Middle VK did save a lot of his probes. I say that 15 probes did go down. That's a full mineral line worth of workers, but it could have been worse. Like, he saved like 9. He saved like 9 probes. So at least there's that. Likewise, he was also able to do some counter damage. He was able to catch a couple of SCVs. I mean, 4 more SCVs going down, not bad. Ooh, but it will cost him the Oracle, and that's not as worth it, as 3 Oracles have gone down. And ByuN, he's building up towards another push, another timing. 3rd CC's on the way, Science Vessel as well. Okay, never mind, we're building up into a longer game. And ByuN didn't kill his opponent, but did cripple the economy. Behind this, the way for Middle VK to stabilize is going to be Colossus production. Colossus are on the way. ByuN already moving out. Again, just not giving ByuN time to breathe. There's the stim. Does rush forward. Zelsay just melts. And from here he wants the Stalkers. He gets one already. Oh. Bleeds out little Marines. Gets two. Takes out a second Stalker. Takes out a third Stalker. Down to 5. 5 Stalkers left. Tank stable siege. Brutal Low is going up. But ByuN holds. Yeah, he does hold on. This was an overextension from ByuN, as he should not lose the tank and he should kill the Colossus. Oh my god, so close. That tank was doing so much damage. That was crazy. That was insane. That was like 3 volleys on the Colossus. As the game is going to be slowing down. Okay. Slowing things down. ByuN getting his third. Likewise, ByuN's zone is also getting saturated. As ByuN, he's pushing towards the third base to get some damage done, but this should not end the game. Like from here, we're both building up. We have Restoration being resourced. Let's go. Yeah, 6 probes do go down. Mining is denied here at the third. It does move in. And the Colossus, they can't quite engage again. There are 3 tanks waiting. He's going to try to move in. Phoenix can lift 1. It does attempt to. And there we go, does trade at Colossus. 1 Colossus falls, but will clear this up. Ooh, will hold, will survive. At the same time, 10 probe kills here at the third. Ay. ByuN does hold on, but the economy is lacking. You know, ByuN making 6 ghosts at a time. Throwing down more Raxes. EMP is finishing up. Yo, we have Lockdown as well. Let's go. Yo, I love Lockdown. So good. Also, I swear I saw the icon of Restoration being researched, but I guess it was cancelled and instead we got EMP. Looks like Restoration was a bit of a mistake, which makes sense. Like, when we saw Restoration being researched, I was thinking in my mind, like what can Restoration be used for, specifically in this matchup? I guess Restoration, I would imagine it can save and it can cleanse stunned units, right? I would imagine. I'm referring to Maelstroms, but I think that's the only case. I think that would be the only use. Yo, Solar Flare, let's go. We're learning the Taioken in the main. Optic Flare, but you know what I mean. I like Solar Flare a little bit better, but that will be useful. There's a curious Optic Flare is an upgrade for the medic, where the medic can reduce the vision, can basically blind a unit and reduce the vision to 1. I think it's down to 1. And ideally would be targeting units like Colossus, targeting units like Tempest, like Skytoss units. Units that have high vision. And the units that kind of rely on vision as well. There's the Restoration. I was talking about what it can be used for. I think it's can only really, in this matchup, can only really be used for against Maelstrom. Oh, that's a lot of medics. Oh my god. Jesus. Does Mass Optic Flare. Okay. he blinds everything. Templar coming in. Ooh, massive storm. Yeah, storms on the army. Oh my god. Yeah, he does stand in the storms. Storms are brutal, and ByuN, he's being shut down completely here. He stands in the storms. No more storms left. But the Colossus is enough. Stalkers, they dive in. They focus on the first Reaper. Reaper? I was trying to say Raven. The first Science Vessel even. Yeah, as the Colossus just goes to town here on the army. Marines are melting. The Ghost all went down. Again, the Storms are brutal earlier. And with that, Minnovike will take the fight. At the same time, as Zealot run by will Zealot warp into the main. 17 SCV kills, insane damage. And Kiwin's being torn apart. He's just being torn apart by Minnovike. 17 SCVs. Combat stations on fire. Main army moving in, looking for another way forward.
Let our enemy know I'm here in the shadows.
See now, switch forward. Oh my god, oh god, the SCVs, get out of here, they get lasered, they get roasted. 34 SCVs, he was heavily oversaturated. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. 35 SCV kills, that Colossus. They just rained down hellfire. Oh god. Get out of here, Pappy, get out of here. And Minnovike's done it. At this point, he has done it. Zealot keep warping into the main, the Prism is still there. The tank just got some free shots off, but we're going for the SCVs. We're going for the mineral line, and oh my god, every SCV is gonna fall. Not like this. That one tank is going ham, by the way. Takes down all the Colossus. This one tank. The last GG gets called, and Minnovike will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. With that, does take the first game. And we'll see if he can claim the series. A big win here for Mindle. I mean, coming into this, I favor ByuN. I was favoring ByuN coming into this, but alas, Minnovike does claim a lead. And again, it was still a very intense back and forth. I will say that ByuN's initial stim timing was very successful. Remember, he killed 15 probes. He killed 15 workers at the start of the game. But when it came to the follow-up, we saw that Minnovike was able to hold, able to defend, able to secure eventually his third. Like, it was still a very shaky mid-game. Still very shaky, very back and forth. But GG. GG well played. Minnovike does take a lead, and we are now jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Sylphid. Let's go. Sentinel? Science Vessel is what it's called. Yes, that's what we mentioned. It is a Science Vessel. If you recall, my brain went to Raven, so I almost called it a Raven. And out came out Reaper instead. I was like, ah, yes, Science Vessel. I think the one unit that I say that the most with is the shuttle. Like, and if you noticed earlier today, when we were covering some more matches, I'm very much so used to saying like a prism into the main or a prism warp in, when I should be saying shuttle. But you know what I mean. As we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Sylphid, we have the red Protoss player. We have the StarCraft 2 Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Minnovike. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing himself. Currently teamless. It is a ByuN, aka TOP. Here we go. And again, welcome on to Sylphid. Sylphid is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, or top side as well. So 3 possible spawn locations. And again, winding it back, like, I want to say that the initial 3x sim timing was successful for ByuN. I mean, it was enough to kill his opponent, was enough to cripple them. Then we head towards the mid game. Again, Minnovike was able to be active himself. And with that, ByuN moving in for the scout. Go. Main difference is Science Vessel can heal mech units. I would say there are many more differences than that, especially when it comes to certain matchups like Irradiate. Oh, we're going for the proxy, but Irradiate is a big difference. The Science Vessel also EMPs, bear that in mind. The Raven does not, so EMPs on the Vessel instead of on the Ghost. Likewise, they have Defense Matrix. Defense Matrix also can be a big part when it comes to these major engagements. Like, they are very, very different spellcasters. Like, there are certain units that have their equivalents in a way, like they have their own comparable units, as opposed to, like, as opposed to SE2 with Brutal. Like, they have their own counterpart. That's what I'm looking for. They have their own counterparts. But what I appreciate about this mod is that, like, both races are very different. They handle very differently as well. There's a reason why a lot of StarCraft 2 Terran players, like the Kesper Terrans, they spoke about how they wish that they didn't actually pick Terran. I think there's like more similarities between, if I recall correctly, like Brutal Protoss and StarCraft 2 Terran instead, or vice versa, or Brutal Terran and StarCraft 2 Protoss. I'd say the inverse, actually. Here we go. As we initially have our, we have our armory behind this. Okay, going into mech. Yeah, KeyWin going to be opening up double factory into massive vulture. We have spider mines and ion thrusters going to be on the horizon. Likewise, Oracle into the main. Goliath production has begun. Despite that, SCVs are going to be going down. So far, the proxy Stargate paying off. Getting 3 SCVs killed so far, getting up to 4, getting up to 5. As a reminder, the armory is a prerequisite to actually make any Goliaths. So it did require that armory, and is now finishing up. Goliaths, they have arrived. They shut down the first Oracle. Oracle goes down. Think they share as being detectors? Yes, they share being detectors and they share being spellcasters. As we do have our second Oracle moving in. I mean, so far the Oracles, they've done well for themselves. They've killed 10 SCVs amongst the two of them. And they've denied mining time. One Oracle did go down, but the other can still threaten the bases. And with that, KeyWin, he's stuck at home. Now, what's important here is that KeyWin was forced to make these Goliaths. Ideally, he didn't want to make them. He would have wanted to be making vultures right now. Vultures, spider mines would be done, getting into ion thrusters as well. Like, KeyWin would want to be active, but now he's stuck at home. He's contained. Ooh, as Minuvik does overextend. One more volley. Oh my god. Barely escapes. Barely does pull away. But again, so far still doing a successful job containing the Terran. And as a result, Minuvik is able to build up back at home as well. Checking his vision, he saw all the factories, of course, so he is fully aware of mech coming his way. Immortal production has begun, and we want to be working towards charge. Like, again, a very gateway heavy composition is what you want against mech. Ideally, you want to be getting into a cheaper army, not something that's more expensive. As you expect your opponent to be more efficient. Let's see, Vulture is hunted down. So far, Minuvik looking solid. Like, he's looking good. I also just realized it's a battle of the casters. Like, Minuvik is doing a lot of streaming and casting as well. Likewise, so is KeyWin. As the Vulture is hunted down. Ion Thruster is finally on the way. By now, it would have been long finished here if he was able to actually get into his Vulture production. So again, KeyWin has been delayed. Now going for a third CC, extra factories. Getting into Vulture tank. But Minuvik has just had such a comfortable start here. Saturating his third. And again, from here, we can see ByuN just forces a more defensive approach. Like he's just turtling up, throwing down a minefield here. We have a line of tanks. We have bunkers. Is being somewhat active, now getting across the map. Picking off 3 workers. 3 birds going down. Charge is complete. Now working towards Archons and Storm. And again, we are going to slow things down. When it comes to MinuVK's army composition that he's building up towards, he should not be pushing into the minefield. Ideally, he wants to wait for ByuN to break out and take a 3rd base and then attack him at the 3rd, or to wait for ByuN to break out and push across the map. But you don't want to give ByuN what he wants. And right now, what he wants is to fight with all of this. Like the minefield, the bunker, the choke point, the Sim City, and a wall of 5 tanks. Like, this is where ByuN wants to fight, and MinuVK should not give him what he wants. Should just be calming down, backing off. And there we go, macroing up into what? Into Sky Toss. The correct thing to do. You notice your opponent's being hyper defensive. It's like, okay, if you want to just turtle up and be defensive, like, you can do that. I'll just be greedy and just tech up. The one thing I would want from this is to now get a 4th. Just get another expansion. Third CC is spotted. Now would be the time to expand. MinuVK slipping into the main. MinuVK supply block. Now is not the time. He's insanely supply blocked. Ooh, throwing down 4 pylons. He should have had a warp in here. Ay, ay, ay. That's unfortunate. Yeah, now is not the time. Scan reveals Tempests are on the way. MinuVK now aware. I'm sorry, ByuN now aware. Yeah, there's a scan to confirm. Scan does confirm. As ByuN does run into the army. Once again, you see ByuN set up here with the minefield. Once again, MinuVK does not want to move into this. Not like this. And now that ByuN is aware of what's happening, we have Mass Goliath. Again, we're making 5 Goliaths at a time. We have the Goliath upgrade on the way as well. Target is being shut down. MinuVK once again getting supply blocked. So let's rotate. Did that scan catch the proxy? Yes. If you recall, the scan saw these Tempest as it was being built. That's why we brought up that ByuN was now aware of the Tempest production, which is why he did begin making Goliaths. And then he confirmed with the second scan into the main. So yes, did spot it. Likewise, MinuVK catching out the Vultures. Does catch him out. Again, an efficient trade here from MinuVK, trading out Zealots for Vultures. Behind this, that's a lot of Goliaths, that's a lot of tanks. ByuN now being active. Tempest so far 4. So far 4 Tempests. It's an okay count. Ideally, we do want more than that. As one Tempest does go down. Nice catch. Nice catch here from ByuN. Now, what's important is that MinuVK is still hyper-fixated on the ground army. Like, he is getting into Sky Toss, that's true, but he's not going pure Sky Toss. He's not going into, like, quadruple Stargate into mass Void Ray Carrier Tempest. Again, poking in, getting a couple of shots off, pulling away is the correct thing to do with these Tempest. Make use of their range. Nice glass, they do start a step forward. Prism here towards the main. Behind this is no storm. The tanks are sieging. Oh my god. Yeah, massive tank shots going off. And Minovike has to back away. Meanwhile, more Zealot Warpins across the map. We have Zealots towards the naturals, Zealots into the main. SCVs are going down. Okay. Okay. 17 so far. More importantly, drags the entire army back home. And this allows Minnovike to get some breathing room. To get some breathing room to establish a 4th expansion, to get a 5th base, to work towards +3. So far, so good. Ooh, does overextend. Bleeds out of Tempest. Yeah, again, right now, there's no reason to push in. Like, Minnovike does not have to push into this. As is up against a terrifying army. That's gonna be 12 Goliaths, 13 tanks, and 27 vultures. It's a lot of vultures. Let's move out. Goliaths, they catch out one of the Tempest. One, so to be 2 Tempests going down. Brutal losses here from Minnovike. And ByuN, he may have just done it. Now Middle's going for the base trade. He knows he can no longer deal with this kind of army. It's just too robust. But this is a late base trade for Minnovike. The base trade is delayed. There are some units to slow this down. Oh god. Okay, some mineral lines. Again, ByuN, he needs to go for the main. He needs to go for the throat. But no, he actually turns back around. Ooh. And we'll see what Minnovike can get done. See what he can achieve. Slow zone doesn't quite connect. Now Minnovike force the guy back. Force the guy away. You can see Minnovike does permanent supply. Oh, sorry, does permanent supply. Doesn't really have much left to work with. Does try to trade against Goliath. Another Tempest goes down. Down to 2 Tempest. And again, ByuN is not stopping. Rotates around. He doesn't quite break the natural of the main. Just going for these fringe bases instead. Playing it safe. True, no anti-air. The Goliaths, they know where they need to be. Goliaths are raising over. Zelsa busts into a mineral line. More CV's going to be going down. Okay. Minnovike gets some damage. As Goliaths have arrived, they're waddling in. And sure, as ByuN, he will lose a mineral line. He is now down in workers, but he still has a terrifying army. Oh, turns around. Tempest have to get away. Meanwhile, more SCVs are falling. Okay. 21 SCV kills. ByuN, he's back in this. Oh, he will lose another Tempest. But he takes down all these Goliaths. And this should not have happened. Catching out another Goliath. Tempest, they have to kite. Let's kite away. Taking a lot of hits. There's still a Zealot across the map, by the way. Still that one hero Zealot. He's crazy. He's got 12 kills. The one Zealot. Speaking of more zealots arriving, forcing back ByuN. ByuN, he's looking good. He was looking strong. Like, he had a robust economy, a robust army. He was maxed out. Now suddenly ByuN losing 32 SCVs. Still losing more. Likewise, Temsei poking towards the top side as well. Killing more SCVs, denying more mining time. That's from here. The vultures are being cleaned up. At the same time, Tempest have to be wary. And have the guy back. Does pull away. So far, decent kiting. Likewise, he will defend the mineral line. Keep it stuck up. And at this point, the longer it goes on, the worse it is for ByuN. Like, he's on a low base count, low worker count as well. ByuN is still being active. Still hoping to catch out units like these. So as they pass by each other, ByuN are fully aware. As the main army is revealed. Ooh, brutal swine, just brutal Widow Mine shots. Widow Mine, Spider Mines even. Spider Mine's going up. CC goes down. Anyone Galactic coming from behind. Nice lockdown. Gets one, gets two. It locks down two of those Tempests. There's the recall back home. It does recall back no without losing two Tempest. And this is going to be how ByuN can win these fights. He's got 6 ghosts. Potential 6 EMPs, or sorry, I should say potential 6 lockdowns. A lockdown is a stun. It does, again, lock down the army. It's almost like the equivalent of Interference Matrix with the Raven. So almost like an Interference Matrix. Except it does last a lot longer. I'll say Force Fairy Fire. Likewise, nice lockdown here, catching out one of the Immortals. Likewise, looking down the Sky Toss as well. Getting a carrier, getting a Tempest. ByuN, he can take this fight. It's still so close. Where the reinforcements? Where the Zealots? We need a wave of Zealots here. And now just kiting back. Ghost out of energy. Minovike's got 13 minerals in the back. We need the, where are the Zealots? Where are they? There you go, warping in 8 Zealots behind the army. As Minovike still just playing it slow. Again, he's got more bases, more income, more saturation. Just play it slow. From here, I mean, this can still go either way, to be honest. ByuN down to essentially 1 mining base. Minovike essentially doing the same thing. Okay, 1.5 bases. As Elrond does hit the middle line once again. This time getting on top of the vultures as well. Okay, not bad. ByuN does catch out a couple of those Immortals. And we just see ByuN suddenly taking supply lead. Does move out. As he moves out, once again, Tempest move into harass. Ideally, they want to buy some time and just force the opposing Tempest to just race back home. ByuN does move in. Does go for the middle line. There's no saving these probes. Probes are going down. Recall's on cooldown. And should barely get the CC in time. For now, does pull away. Does pull away. We still have those vultures set up. Does have those set. Storm is on the way. Okay, that can swing things in favor of our Zerg. Our Protoss. Likewise, once again, just looking down at some of this Tempest. Catching out 2. Again, lockdown lasts so long. it puts Interference Matrix to shame. It's like twice the length of Interference Matrix. It's crazy. From here, was able to hold on. From here, shuts down the expansion. Does rotate at the same time. The base is denied. Inside a minimal VK. And here we go. ByuN does start to step in. Cleans up all the Tempests. We're down to how many Tempests? Down to 2. 2 Tempests left. Barely any. But again, a lot of this will come down to the ground army. To those Zealots. ByuN is up to 30 Goliaths. That's a lot of Goliaths. 30 Goliaths moving in. Catching out all the transferring workers. Every probe is going to go down. ByuN, he's about to max out. And again, there was definitely some strong moments here from VK, but melee moments. Rotating over. Yeah, sorry, just taking it in. As VK just can't engage at this point. He just cannot engage. Like, we have a solid tank line here, solid Goliath line as well. So I do apologize. I just haven't been getting much rest. So. Holding on. I might get some caffeine after this series though. Before the semis. As VK again, he's all in, he's got half the supply to work with. And again, there was definitely a moment where he was even ahead, but not anymore. Yeah, mass lockdown on those Immortals. He does get a full surround. GG gets called and ByuN ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. We're going all the way to game 3, and again, a very intense back and forth. Again, there was some really strong moments for VK where he was able to catch out the army, able to cripple the economy, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to maintain himself. Like, his own mineral lines, his own bases were also under fire, and with that, was unable to maintain. And with that, GG. Oh my god, what were the vetoes? Game 3, by the way, we are loading into one of our favorite maps in the map pool. We are loading into Neo Isles of Siren. Up next, we are loading into an island map. Sure, let's go. I don't know what to expect. Let's go. I mean, I feel like it depends on who's going to be Brood or who's going to be SE2. Is going to be a big factor. There we go. We have our answer. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh. Bottom left-hand corner of Neo Isles of Siren, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss being forced into a tied series, being forced into the ace match. It is VK. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is ByuN. aka TOP. And welcome one and all to Neo Eyes of Sign. If you haven't watched StarCraft Evolution before, then you might be familiar. This is a portrait Broodor map, and this is a proper island map. What do you have? You have your own natural base. You have a natural base here, you have your third base over towards the left-hand side, and you have a fourth base on your island. You have 4 bases here set up on your main island. Meanwhile, we have this river. We have this river that does cut through, that does cut across, and does cut the map into 4 quadrants, into, again, top right, top left, and bottom right. 4 possible spawn locations, 4 different islands, all cut off with these very thin rivers. Now, there is a 5th island. There's a 5th island here in the center. There's an island in the dead center of the map, which does come into play very often, especially in the late game. So you can take these gases, can take these minerals. This will and can be a big factor as the game goes into a longer game state. But for the most part, welcome to an island map. Yeah, let's go. Now again, there are really cool, unique features to this map. One, because these dividers are so thin, it means that you can support the army with, you support your Skytals with the ground army as well, with tank lines, with center towers, with turrets. Like, they can be impactful and influential. Speaking of, it is very, very common here to rush into Skytals, as you can imagine, like Stargate Opener into Skytals. Now, there are certain races that have more mobility. I would say that SC2 Protoss has a big advantage on this map. The reason for that is because of the warp-in mechanic. So you can proxy, or you could not. You can even just open up Rooster. You can open up in a very different way to get across the map. Sorry, my mind just blanked out. Tired. Warp Prism, that's what it's going for. With StarCraft 2 Protoss, you can open up, not a Stargate, you can open up with a Warp Prism, you can get across the map, you can warp in, you can reinforce, you can proxy, of course. There are other ways to be active. Likewise, Nidus. You can go for Nidus play, you can go for Dropper Lords as well, you can go for SC2 Terran, can go for mass Doom Drops, right, with a 2-on-1 with drop play instead. So there are other ways to kind of approach this, but what I will say out of our Brutal Protoss player is Skytoss is usually the go-to. Skytoss is usually the go-to. So, Nexus into Nexus, into Gate Cyber, into a Stargate. Meanwhile, ByuN, what are we going for? 1-1-1 with a proxy starport close to the edge. We're rushing to the medevac, we're rushing to drop play. Very aggressive style here by ByuN. Very aggressive. But again, as the StarCraft 2 Terran, you can be more aggressive like this. You can be more active and more assertive. Meanwhile, Stargate across the map. Scan does confirm the Stargate and the Robo. Here comes the drop already. Again, this was a 1-1-1 before the natural base, before the CC. We might see BCs. Again, StarCraft 2 Terran can be more active earlier. Like, again, we're just going for a mass drop play, and this can straight up kill MidoVK. What is the army? That's a true question. There is no army, as this might just end the game. 7 probes go down, we're stimming in, we're rushing forward, there is no sim, there's 1 Dragoon to defend, and this is crippling damage. This is just crippling damage here. Probes are going down. And there's just 1 Dragoon to hold on. 12 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. And again, as you mentioned, specifically on island maps, StarCraft 2 Terran can be much more aggressive much earlier on. And the greed is being punished. The greed is being punished here from MidoVK. He's having a very hard time keeping up. 15 probe kills. And remember, we have another drop coming. Like, ByuN's not done. Nowhere close. He's not done, Papi. He's not done. As the medevac does fall. Widowmine does as well. At the same time, drop here on the right-hand side, killing 2 more probes. Head towards the main. Headed out of said main. Yeah, more drop play. The drop stage just continue. we just continue, just 10 drops across the map. Now, behind this, even though MidoVK, he's lost how many probes? He lost 17. Like, this is insane damage. 17 probes for 1 Marine, 1 medevac, and 1 Widowmine. At the same time, MidoVK's probe count is still looking decent, but God, Only because he's been spending his money on those workers. Second Stargate's on the way. Mass Corsair is on the way. Minuvik, he's getting there. Okay. These drops, they got a lot of damage done, that is true, but because Minuvik was being so greedy, like, the worker count is still in favor of the Protoss. It's crazy. As we are now consolidating the army, jumping in towards that natural. Once again, punishing Melga. No, that does pull the boys in. He gets punished for it. 8 probes go down. 8 workers do fall. Losing up to 12. Score says they can't quite engage. Dragoon is helping. Sorry, tank is helping when possible. Zoning back the Dragoons. Oof, got brutal shots going up. Nexus does catch fire. And I mean, Minuvik is slowly trying to recover here on 2 bases, slowly working towards a carrier, towards a semblance of Skytoss. Base goes down. Expansion does fall. See enchant. Never mind, this will be endless harass. Yes, as we mentioned, like this is common in the sense that StarCraft 2, because StarCraft 2 Terrans can be so active. If you ever see a StarCraft 2 Terran player on an island map, it is very common to just go for mass drop play. Just go for mass drops and mass aggression. To abuse the greed of said opponents. Moving in. Carrier's revealed. Does unload. Yeah, it does commit to the drop. This, I believe, will cost him this army. Yeah, every medevac will fall, the tanks as well, but takes down 18. Oh, it's worth it. 18 probe kills. Aye. Lost a double drop, but that was worth it here for Kiwi. And there we go, double scan. Does see no third expansion. Okay. From here, we have carrier upgrades on the way, increasing their capacity. As from here, we're just settling and we're calming down. Kiwi on a full 3-base economy. Behind this, going for another starport. From here, can go into Mass Viking. Deal with these carriers, but the game is slowing down. And ByuN is ahead. ByuN's on 3 bases, Minuvik is stuck on 2, just now getting his 3rd up and running, and even getting a 4th. As Thors are on the way. Thors, Vikings, again, the reactors are on the starports, so we're going into, actually, both reactors are on both starports, so going into Mass Viking, supporting with Marines, with Thors. Minuvik still needs more time to recover, to saturate all these bases. Does still need more time. And is somewhat being given that time. We've already seen this when it comes to the game on Maganatha, when we saw not quite Minuvik, but Rebellion. Rebellion did try to rush into Skytoss. There wasn't much really to support the army, and we can see it here as well. There's no Storm, for example, like there's no ground support. Now, Corsairs can be that support, definitely, especially with Disruption Webs. Sorry, Disruption Web. We'll see. As Kieran's moving out this drop. Drop is poised to go in. Right now we have 5 carriers. As Kieran, he will expand towards top left. So we are still just building up. As we are still just soon to max. We do have 2 more starports on the way from the side of Kiwian. This time we do have a tech lab on the starports, on both actually. Okay, so we have tech labs on them, which means this can lead into a fusion core and can lead into BCs. But we're still waiting for that tech of choice. Still waiting. The other scary thing here, as Minuvik has been licking his wounds, is that Kiwian does expand onto another island. That is something that Minuvik has yet to accomplish himself. Just to branch out and take another island. Building out more carriers. From here, Minuvik does rotate. Likewise, Jesus, how many Vikings do we have? So far, 18. 18 soon to be 25. So 25 Vikings. That's a lot of Vikings. Now, Corsairs, they're not just bringing uses when it comes to destruction webs, but they also shut down Vikings. Yeah, Vikings do clump, and Corsairs, they will win this fight. We need some ground support. Ooh, as we had 23 Vikings, now down to 10. Jesus. Oh god. Again, you don't want to fight the Corsairs on your own. Not if you're a Viking. Guys, Minuvik does take down the northern base. Meanwhile, drop into the main. Going for the tech. Snipes the Citadel. Likewise goes to the Stargates. Does move in. This is only a portion of the army, so this is going to be cleaned up. Yeah, Minuvik will completely shut this down. Takes down the Thors, takes down all the Vikings. At the same time, dropping the main is more successful, that is true. But I worry about the counterattack, because eventually Minuvik will clean all of this up. As Marines, they do melt. Again, it is a one-way trip. As I believe he did not kill the Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon is still up and running. Stargates as well. Does take down some gateways, true. Spindle is still maxing out. Rotating over. Likewise, Kiwian going into Raven production. Interference Matrix is done, so we can disable. So now we're still taking it slow. Again, after an intense early game, we just slow the game down. Build back up. Minuvik close to maxing out with 4 more carriers. Hey, Mindor, he does expand. Does break out. As both players are expanding on the same island. Let's go. Once again, so far, we're just taking it slow, just building up, maxing out. When it comes to the next big engagement here, I feel like a lot of this will come down to, one, not just the Ravens and their ability to disable. I do worry here for ByuN. So we have seen Mass Corsair completely shut down a Sky Army like this. Like just completely shut down all these Vikings. Like, it's happened before. I can see it already here as well. How many Corsairs do we have? 12. 12 Corsairs. That is more than enough. I would say maybe even too many. Like, at this point we have 14 Corsairs. It's worth, you know, having less Corsairs and more of another unit here, like, you know, some supportive splash damage on the ground, or even just more carriers, if that's the way that we just wanted to commit into. Let's pull away. Likewise, more side defense on the base. ByuN doing something similar. He goes moving in. He's got how many? He's got 15 carriers. That's a lot of carriers. He gets spotted. CC goes down almost instantly. Marine switching forward. Corsairs hit his zone. They take down the Medivacs. Whereas Corsairs should, yeah, does have to calm down. Pulls back. Does pull away. Vikings, they do dive in. They get a couple of disables off, but only a couple. Where are the Corsairs? The Corsairs, they're be moving in. Now pushing forward. Yeah, carriers, they take over the low ground. So 8 Corsairs left. And ByuN, he just can't engage. He just cannot engage to this many carriers. Another base going down, and from here we can just go straight for the main. Mindor can just go straight for the base trade. There are no bases, there's no mining. ByuN's been caught out of position, dropping across the map. The base trade is the best chance for ByuN, but even then, it's looking bleak. As all the starports are going to be targeted down. Every single starport. Likewise going for the production. And we might just go for full elimination at this point. Like, the problem is that ByuN knows he can never fight. He can just never fight head on. He never quite teched up into anything else. I was gonna say into other spellcasters, but my mind did blank out. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Marines, oh my god, they just melt, and GG gets called. Mindor will snowball out of control. He will deny. ByuN and Mindor will advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, we'll play it again. You saw that the Vikings just could not engage. They just could not engage. The Corsairs did bully back those Vikings, and likewise bases were falling left and right. Early on, I want to commend ByuN. Early on, if you remember, he was killing mineral line after mineral line after mineral line. He had a very successful drop play early on, but at a certain point, he did make the decision to play for the late game. And when that decision was made, the aggression stopped. The aggression stopped. There was no more drop play. There was no more just aggression in general. So with that, the drop play stopped. We saw that Mindor was able to just stabilize, in 4 bases, to get a 6th base, and build up themselves. And with that, GG. GG, well played. From the side of ByuN, I would suggest either having to continue with the aggression and continue just going for non-stop draw play, or to try to tech up a little bit faster into that Viking setup. If you remember, it was a little bit of a more slower, kind of more lax setup there. We're still investing into tanks, into widow mines, into binary compositions. With that, GG, well played. ByuN, he will take the series, and with that, we now have our semifinals ready for us. Let's go. Exclamation mark. Oh, there's no bracket command, I should say, but we can switch our teams over and catch up on said brackets. And there we have the updates. We have ByuN. ByuN took down Rebellion 2-0. threepoint took down Bratok 2-0. We have ByuN versus threepoint in the upper semifinals. Likewise, we have SHIN. SHIN took down the STC, and ByuN took down ByuN. We have SHIN versus ByuN in the semifinals as well. These are going to be our 2 semifinals matches. As a reminder, these are going to be best of 5s, not best of 3s, so we're going to double down a little bit more, a little bit harder here. There's going to be more matches, more games coming into the semis. Let's go. Let us go. Does SHIN have an answer to Mass Brood War Carrier? I think what's important here, there's a couple of things. Because it's an island map, trying to punish and trying to be aggressive, you're limited to only drop play, right? You're limited to your drops, so that does make it more difficult to rally across the map to keep the pressure up, as you would on a more standard map, on any other map, really, outside of an island map. So that was something that was, again, working against our Terran player, but I do think that there could have been a stronger switch into something like Vikings. It is a bit of a slower response and slower setup there. I think the problem with going mass Viking, of course, though, is as we saw Corsair shut that down. That wasn't mass carrier, that was carrier Corsair, and Corsair are a really strong supportive unit to deny things like Vikings. I do think that we have seen success with players committing a little bit harder to Raven, to going into additional Ravens. Ravens for the disables can be a big part of this. But yeah, it's hard to say. I myself, I just haven't seen enough of this to kind of like fully settle in. But yeah, it does look rough, specifically on an island map, specifically. Just because it's harder to punish, right? Or it's harder to keep up that aggressive momentum when you're limited by drops. Yeah. Corsair, yeah. Because those Corsairs, they shut down the Vikings. Man. It was it's brutal. With that, GG, well played. With that, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have our next series. Up next is going to be ByuN versus threepoint, followed by SHIN and ByuN, followed by the grand finals as well. But yes, I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to get some water, and likewise, maybe get a little bit of coffee as well, before we get ready for said finals. See you soon. Sorry, said semis. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the broadcast. Welcome back to the semifinals of the StarCraft Evolution League number 13. I do apologize for being a little bit low energy, especially during that final game and during that last series. Do apologize, but now we're here. Now we are back. I boiled some water. I've made some coffee. I'm good to go. I can't drink it. It's too hot right now, but we'll get into it. I'm good to go. I'm going to be fueled up and ready to go for the rest of the broadcast. Again, we have two semifinals ready for us, two best of fives. ByuN versus threepoint and SHIN versus MinoVK are getting ready for us here and now as we jump into game number 1 of our fresh TVZ as we jump into Maganatha. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up on some conversation regarding the previous series. I think Corsairs are mostly an anti or an air-to-air specialist units, kind of. What makes Corsairs so good as a supportive unit is not just their anti-air, but is their disruption web, which we didn't actually see come into play in that last game. But disruption web is so good to help support the Skytoss army. For those who don't know what disruption web is, think Blinding Cloud. Think of Blinding Clouds from Vipers, except for Protoss instead. And it's a little bit more complicated than that. I believe I think disruption webs also disable abilities. I could be mistaken, but I remember there is a slight difference between disruption web and a Blinding Cloud. But overall, like, the essence there is the same, that it's able to disrupt and disable units on the ground, which would be applicable to Marines, to Thors, to anything that is on the ground as well, to allow for the carriers to overwhelm. So again, that's their other kind of big key use outside of just their anti-air attack. But regardless, we're stepping into our next series. We're stepping into our next best of 5, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is a 3-point. I'll set up the nameplates. I'll set them up. Beautiful. There we go. So we have our best of 5, and this I'm excited for. Now, ByuN, he is the strongest Terran player in StarCraft Evolution. Again, when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, there have been some StarCraft 2 players that have kind of crossed over and have taken the role and taken the part, and are now quite ingrained and now quite competitive in StarCraft Evolution. Players like ByuN, players like Spirit, players like Milky Cow, Bratok as well. And again, ByuN, he is kind of the one that stands up amongst all of them as the strongest Terran. Meanwhile, 3-point, likewise, I would say is top 2 Zerg player alongside SHIN. And because of that, we're looking for a banger. We're looking at a banger here when it comes to our TVT or TVZ. Meanwhile, we do have a second Rax on the way. I mentioned this previously during ByuN's previous series, but ByuN is very fond of going for early 2 and even 3 Rax timings, even when playing StarCraft 2 as well. So we'll see if he does go for another Rax behind this, or if he does go a straight up 2-1-1. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have our hatch gas pool, macro hatcheries on the way into our third base as well. 3-point playing standard so far. So far, so good. As we are settling in, Reaper does arrive, dances with the Zerglings. Behind this, no third Rax, 2-1-1. Okay, so 2-1-1 setup here out of ByuN. Very bio heavy. This is going to be for an early stim timing. So very early stim timing, very aggressive build here by ByuN, very committed. As we do deny the sunken colony. Or again, it's just to save the drone. Just to save the worker. Does force another colony to be morphed in. Colony does complete. And so far, ByuN, he's getting damage done. So far, so good. So far, so good. There's that stim that we spoke about. Again, the 2-on-1 is for the early stim. The factory should be just used for add-ons. We could even go for an earlier tech lab, actually, and then work towards a starport into drop play. As Link Speed does kick in, does catch out the first Reaper. There it is, starports on the way. And we should be seeing, yep, the reactor. So the reason why we're using the reactor, or using the factory to make the reactor and to make the tech lab, just to make add-ons to add-on swap into reactor to medevac production. And again, this is going to hit quite hard. It's going to hit quite fast. And we'll see what 3-point has to defend. Checking his vision, actually, 3-point. What has he seen? Nothing yet, but he does have an Overlord. Does have an Overlord poised to go in. getting ready. And he thankfully is already opening up, double Evo Chamber. Plus on Carapace is ideal, but getting into 1-1 upgrades is a little bit greedy here. As leagues are amassing. I mean, this is a bit of a tell, the fact that there are no Hellions, right? At this stage of the game, there should be Hellions harassing because there are none. You can read this as a 2-1-1. Technically, it would be a 3-1-1. Technically. But yes, fixated on those upgrades. Behind this, no Hydrogen, no Lair either. It's purely Ling. So pure Ling. And we'll see if that's going to be enough to overwhelm the Marines. So far, it's going to be 17. We have 3 more Marines on the way, getting up to 20. There does move out. We'll leave the excess Marines back at home, moving out with his double drop of 16 Marines. Let's go. Does move out. And typically to defend against this, you need Masseling Queen. But for Brood War, I mean, you only have Zerglings. But so far, they are under the drops, under the medevacs. Yeah, they deny the unload. With that, 3-point defense. 3 points, he does defend. Likewise, ooh, catching out and denying the base, catching out a couple of overlords. Very nice catch here from ByuN. And nice catch, likewise, Lings. They will come in for the surround, they will force the pickup, but only losing 2 Marines so far. Only 2 Marines. This ByuN is going to be forced back. But again, so far, he has done enough damage. He's trading well for himself. There we go. 2 more Marines go down, 4 in total. But 4 Marines for 28 Zerglings and a denied expansion is worth it. So a very strong drop here from ByuN. He does preserve his army, he pulls back, and he's building up and getting ready for the second wave, the second push. Behind this, do you see what I see? No third CC. 2 base all in. 2 base all in. 2 more Raxes being thrown down. ByuN is hyper aggressive here, committing to the all in. And unfortunately, 3 points stacking. What do we have? Lair, Spire, Hydrogen. We're taking up very hard. The Lings, they're going to be shut down. The Lings cannot engage. Every Zergling's going to fall. And that's going to be it. I mean, that was a brutal fight. And again, we're investing so many resources here into tech. And that's not going to help. ByuN sims in. Does push in towards the expansion. Third base is going to go down. 3-point cannot save it. 3-point counterattack. It's his only way. He cannot fight the main army. He's going for a counterattack instead. ByuN, meanwhile, going for the kill. Catching transfer. Oh no, the transferring drones. Does catch some workers. Lings are a little bit more out in the open, but the start stepping is solid here from ByuN. Very solid. Takes out every single Zergling. Back at home, tanks are getting surrounded, but GG gets called. It's just too much, and ByuN will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series. Again, ByuN was hyper aggressive here. Oh, I should fix this up. But ByuN was hyper aggressive. He went for a 2-on-1 into a 2-base all in. And unfortunately, 3-point had limited scouting. 3-point, he had no idea what was happening, no idea what was going on. 3-point, he was blindly getting ready for a 2-on-1, and he had an okay defense against it. But again, as a reminder, he was double expanding, going for the 4th and the 5th base at the same time. And he threw down a Spire and a Hydrogen as well. It was taking him to lurkers. Like, again, he was spending so much money on bases and on tech, but he was up against an all-in. And that's where ByuN was able to just snowball out of control then and there. GG. GG, well played. So hyper aggression out of ByuN. Does catch 3-point with his pants down. The pants were down. With that, ByuN will take a lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Brood War Zerg does tend to use forward layers. The forward hatchery was not for a lair. That is used for SimCity to wall up, to wall off, and to deny Hellion run-bys and Hellion aggression. It is all for SimCity here on the low ground. But here we go. We're now getting into our next game, and because SimCity is that much more important. But spawning in the top left-hand corner here of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, the Brood War Terran, leading the series 1-0. And we'll see if he can extend that lead. It is ByuN for Shopify Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3point. Here we go. Now, when it comes CC first, when it comes to Brood War Terran here, we are expecting two things. There are two builds that ByuN is very fond of. There are two builds. The first one is 3-rack stim. 3-rack stim timing. We saw that earlier today, not from ByuN, we saw it from another player, correct? We saw it out of the STC, if I recall correctly, and we saw it from Bratok as well. Yeah, we saw it from Bratok and the STC. Again, it's a build that has been very prevalent, very prominent throughout the meta. So we could be seeing that here as well. First, we have a CC first. The other build that ByuN is really fond of is mech. Is going racks into double factory, into early tech labs, early machine shops. Never mind, but it's not going to be that. But we may see it later in the series going from double factory into mass vulture into mech. Here we see one, we see two. We are expecting a third racks. We're expecting a third. Yep, there it is. Third racks has been thrown down. Next up is going to be an academy, and the academy is for early stim. And again, we've already seen this build tonight, not from ByuN, but we saw it earlier from, I want to say, the STC and from Bratok as well. But this is a very trendy build. Yeah, we saw it from Bratok at least. And if you recall, we mentioned that this build has been nerfed. Like, this build is really strong, very strong, and does leave little room for error. And as a result, this build has been nerfed quite often over the past like 4 or 5 months. It's still very potent despite all the nerfs. Basically, this is an early stim timing with medics. Think about the last game, right? The last game, we saw a 2-on-1, and it hit with 16 Marines and 2 medevacs. Because we had to wait for the factory, and because we had to wait for the starport to hit later. Here, this hits earlier because you don't need a factory, you don't need a starport. All you need is the academy, and bam, you can make medics, right? It's like there's the academy is now on the way. Medics don't require add-ons, medics don't require another building, so you can just make everything from these racks. So it hits even faster with medic support and with fire bats as well in this matchup. Now, if you're curious what the nerfs were, in the past, the prioritization of medics was very low, and I believe they've increased the medic priority, which means that now they're more likely to be attacked and to be killed as well. Otherwise, they're typically preserved. So their attack priority was increased. On top of that, I believe the medic health was reduced as well. Like, medics were so robust. Like, they would often survive these pushes, make it back home, and just keep going. There was just so much sustain with that. So medics, they were reduced when it came to their HP, and I believe the build time of stim was increased. So there were a couple of little changes here. So the medic is now more vulnerable. Stim hits a little bit later. Like, so there were these changes made. Despite that, it's still a really strong build, really potent, and we'll see if 3-point can survive it. Now, we've been focusing a lot on the build itself. 3-point has gone for a standard opener, and there are multiple ways to deal with this. As SC2 Zerg, you can go into a Ling Bane defense, or you can go into a Roach defense. They both work. But you have to take it seriously. Like, you cannot cut corners. Like, there's very little room for error. So you have to cut drones. You have to cut drone production, make a massive surge of Lings, get your Banelings ready, spread your creep, get your Queens up and running, and even then, it can be a tough defense. But so far, so good. Here come the first 2 Banelings. It's not lots, but there we go. 4 Banelings on the way. Lings are building up, but ByuN is already here. The Banelings are not ready yet. Oh, they're barely not ready in time. I mean, welcome to Pylon. Short rush distance by ground. ByuN, if he had gone forward, he might have been able to deny those Banelings, but he's playing safe. He does play safe. Queens will zone away. And a 3-point is holding. So far, so good. I do think that ByuN, if he was aware of how late the Banelings were, I think he could have, like, just dove on in and broken the base then and there. But he plays it safe. He pulls away. He backs off. He retreats. And the game continues. Whew, okay, the game does continue. 3-point has survived the early timing, but remember, it's not an all-in. Behind this, now we're going for the factory, then into a starport, into a third TC. We're gonna be embracing a longer game. Let's go. I meant forward hatchery. I think it's also because of no queens. Yes, it is very common in for Brood War Zerg to have multiple hatcheries because you do need that to produce, to get your macro up and running. So for every base, you expect a macro hatchery. So if you're on 3 bases, you would expect to see 6 hatcheries. Macro hatcheries are very, very much so necessary for Brood War Zerg. That just comes with the race. That just is. Behind this, of course, we are now getting to our lair. Lair is on the way. From here, we could go into Lingbane into... I mean, we should be working towards Hydra Lurker tech. We could try to rush into an Infestation Pit and go from Lingbane into Ultra tech instead. So far, there's no other major tech structure yet, though. So we'll see where 3-point takes us. As here comes ByuN's follow-up. Once again, do you see what I see? No third TC. Like ByuN, he like just like last game he went for a 2-base all-in. This time another 2-base all-in. Like he just refuses to expand. Like ByuN has no chill. Just non-stop 2-base all-ins. And with that, this 4th base is going to be denied. I'm getting deja vu from last game, I'll be honest. Like this, this is very similar. Very similar to the last game. Bailing speed, the bailing that's going to be targeted down. Oh my god, it's within range of the tank. And bailing speed is denied. Massive pickup at the same time. Lings, they do harass across the map. They take down the bunker. Boys are being pulled. Very nice thing run by. SCVs are going to be going down, and this will delay ByuN. At the same time, though, Bailings, can they connect? They are slow. They're waddling on in. So far, nice kiting. Marines are surrounded. The first group is dealt with. But that was only the first group. ByuN is still not done. Stibbs on forward. Bailings, they want to connect, but there are tanks behind this. Ooh, and they target down the Bailings. Down to how many? Down to 3. 3 Bailings left. And remember, there's no more nests, no more Bailings. Now the Marine count is getting lower. There's still 2 medevacs. And we're just rallying. Yeah, we're just rallying across. I think ByuN is done it. ByuN is done it. He has broken the back of his opponents. Only 1 Bailing remaining. Bailing nest was rebuilt. We have 8 more Bailings on the way, but again, they're going to be slow Bailings. And ByuN back at home, he defended. He defended back at home. He lost only a handful of SCVs. He lost how many? He lost 3. Wow, only 3 SCVs went down. And with that, 3 points. He cannot hold on, and not anymore. Not like this. The Bailings, they should never connect. They catch out only a handful of Marines, and now we can stim. We can win. GG gets called. ByuN, he will overwhelm, and ByuN will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, ByuN, non-stop 2-base all-ins. And what I'm a little bit surprised by, not surprised by it here on Pylon. Pylon, for those who don't know, very small map, short rushes by ground. All-ins are favored. All-ins are favored here. But remember, game 1 was on Maganatha. Maganatha is the largest map of the map, has the longest rush distance by ground. So regardless of the size of the map, ByuN just commits into the aggression. Now, to be fair, that might also be one of the reasons why 3-point was so greedy on Maganatha, just because he just assumed that ByuN would be macroing because it's such a large map, and that's how he was caught off guard. Here, alas, again, he was cutting some corners. He wasn't quite able to prepare in time. Was trying to embrace his Lingbane, of course, but he was unable to catch the army ahead of time, was unable to force an earlier siege. But again, it's just even more difficult to defend here on Pylon just because the map is working against you. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be getting ready for our next game. Un momento. Okay. I was a little bit confused. I was like, hold on, something's wrong. Game 3, here we go. We're going to be getting into our next game, and Game 3 is actually on Maganatha. Once again, Game 1 was on Maganatha, Game 3 as well. I just looked up some notes about this, so shout out to Hyper1 for actually leaving the notes. Apparently, initially, 3-point and ByuN didn't know that it was a best of 5, so they only vetoed for a best of 3, and because of that, for the next game, they just made it on Maganatha, and yeah, there we go. So here we go. So we're going to be repeating the same map in this series. We are repeating. But here we go. We are getting into game 3. Yo, we just liked Maganatha so much, we're just going back into it. Let's go. Yeah. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, the Brood War Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 2-0. It is a ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, or the red Zerg player himself, the StarCraft 2 Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. It is a 3-point from South Korea. Now, we just featured ByuN rocking Brood War Terran. CC first once again into a Rax. Now, last game, ByuN did go CC first into a 3 rank. For the ByuN, he typically only does 2 builds. Oh, yeah. He typically only does 2 builds. He's doing it again. And that is either the 3x sim timing or double factory mass vulture into mech. But he's doing the same thing. Never mind. So he's going into, once again, a 2nd and a 3rd Rax. Once again, it is going to be the same build. I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, I mean, even if it is broken, why deviate? Just commit, Pappy, just commit. But the map is going to be working against him. We spoke about this just recently, or just now. We spoke about this. This is the largest map, longer rush distance by ground. Because of this, it'll take longer for reinforcements to get across the map. It does mean that 3-1 has a higher chance to scout and to confirm. What I will say is that every game so far, ByuN has been just 2 base all-in. He's just been going for 2 base all-ins time and time again. At this point, I think 3-point should be a little more aware and should be a little more just aware of what's going on and should be playing safer as a result. At least I would hope so. When it comes to safe play, how much safer do you get than a roach base opener? So I wouldn't be surprised if we see roaches here out of 3-point. I mean, I say that roach openers are common on smaller maps. On a larger map, you can get away with Ling Pain. We'll see. See what he goes for. For now, again, 3x stim out of my Terran. 3-point is banking gas. Hello. Oh, now we see why. I was like, something is wrong here. Why are we banking up gas? No link speed. Fast lair. Eva chamber as well. The Eva chamber is throwing me off a little bit. But the fast lair does make sense for something like a Link Queen Nidus all in. So if you wanted to Link Queen Nidus all in, I mean, the lair would make sense. Oh, but we're going for the Roach one and the Eva chamber. Okay. Okay. It's okay. Yeah, my attention. This is just really tech heavy, and I'm curious what we're going to be doing with the lair here specifically. Like, early roaches and early roach push makes sense. Gases are now being taken, but this is, again, very gas intensive here. And with this, you can rush into roach speed, of course. You can rush into roach speed. We have early +1 carapace on the way. Checking the vision, we haven't seen much. 3-point, he doesn't actually know what's going on. Once again, I mean, in general, this series, 3-point, he's barely been scouting. He's barely been scouting his opponent, barely been getting a read on what ByuN is up to. A lot of it has been intuition based, and the intuition has been wrong. There we go, scan into the natural. Does see everything. Scan confirms the Roach Warren and the double Evo chamber. Very tech heavy. He also sees the Roach Warren researching, so he knows that lair is done. He sees everything. Just sees everything here. It's crazy. And here comes that initial move out. Now, I'm a little bit surprised. ByuN, he should be a little bit more tentative with this. So he moves out. He does move out with his bio army, of course. Does push. But there are going to be roaches to defend. And we spoke about it. Roaches are just a really, really secure way to defend. They're just very safe. Marines, they threaten the stim. And so far, yeah, 3-point, he should be able to hold on. We'll lose a queen, true. We'll lose a queen, we'll lose a couple of roaches, but he does deflect the army. So with that 3-point, he does hold. Does hold, does defend. Now, what's important here, because of the fast lair, because of the fast upgrades, it means that after this initial defense, it's not about the defense, it's about the counterattack. It's about this timing. It's all about these upgrades. And they're gonna hit soon. They're gonna hit hard. So 3-point, he's had enough being the defender, he's had enough kind of being the punching bag here for ByuN, and instead he wants to do the punching. Let's go. Here comes the 1-1 counterattack. Roaches are amassing, engaging with the Marines. Marines are going to be going down. I just spoke about Hyper 1 and how, yeah, he didn't realize. But I did mention that they accidentally made they remade the same map as game 1, but it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But Hyper One, he is the organizer of the tournament and the team owner of 3Point's team. No bias. As here we go, the roaches have moved out. Upgrades are still soon to finish. We have the initial tank. So buy a tank here from ByuN. Now, I don't see 3Point breaking this without Ravagers, so I'm expecting to see a wave of Ravagers morphing in to try to bile down that tank. Or even hoping to bait out the Bio Army. True. Yep, there it is. Ravagers are on the way. And again, with these Ravagers, we can hope to try to snipe the tanks. Again, there's only 2 tanks, but soon to be 3. That's a solid tank count. Overload into the main. Confirms the bio production. 238 shells are now done. They were done quite some time ago. With that, dust him in, does chase down the roaches. Ooh, ByuN does catch him out. Brutal pickups. Aye, aye, aye. All the roaches do fall. Yeah, that was a rough fight here for 3Points. Not how he wanted to start this. Behind this, he's still down in economy as well. Has to build back up. He's building up roaches, getting ready for the counterattack. ByuN is taking his time. He does not push, actually. He does not push out. From here, still just taking it slow. Before moving out. Waiting for reinforcements. There's the scan, spots the army. He should be aware of 1-1. He's aware of the 1-1 upgrades. Despite that, moving in. Does move in. Tanks are sieged. First tank is going to get wild. And there's not enough bio. Yeah, there's not enough Marines here. Again, with the 1-1 upgrades, the Roach Ravager does tank, does push through, and takes out every single tank. That's what, 3 tanks going down. 4 tanks even. Medevac's getting caught. And ByuN, again, he's just caught with his pants down. He would lose everything. And now here comes the counterattack. And what is it to defend? 2 tanks. There's 2 tanks back at home. That will protect the natural. 3rd CC's on location. 3Point, he's rotating. Is checking. Does check, does deny. Medevac moves out across the map. Trying to bile ByuN down. He does move forward. Bunker does fall. Takes down the bunker. Likewise, boys are being pulled. A brutal economic damage here. Tanks, they will hold on for a little bit longer, but the biles are connecting. Taking down 1, taking down 2 tanks. Said taking down 2. Oh my god, there's the bile. Get a bit of a messier fight here, but still very well worth it for 3Point. At the same time, dropping to the main, gets 5 drone kills, but 3Point, he got 31 SCVs across the map. That's what's important here. And with that, 3Point takes an economic lead, takes the supply lead. 3Point looking solid, looking in form. And it's now moving out, just rallying, just reinforcing, just sending it across the map. Just send it back. Just send it. Yeah, simming in. Does sim into the bases. Scans. It does confirm that the saturation is actually quite low for 3Point, but the army is there. That's what's important. Maybe lacking the economy. Nice defensive matrix. Let's go. ByuN trying to make a stand. But as the tank will still go down, GG gets called, and 3Point, he will look to tie things up. He'll put a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. We have a series. We have a series here. And again, I mean, this was almost like a hard counter from 3Point, where he went for the fast lair into fast upgrades. He deflected the first 3 racks stim timing, and then bam, he snowballed out of control with his own counterattack with the 1-1. With the roaches, it hit a little bit later, of course. It hit later, but he was able to break ByuN. GG. GG, well played. With that, I'll be honest, I do not expect to see ByuN go for that build again this series. He's done it twice. Succeeded once, failed twice, or failed the second time. Don't expect to see it again, but we'll see. As we are getting ready for our next game, this time ByuN is picking SC2 Terran, not Brood War Terran, as we are jumping into Purity and Industry. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Purity Industry, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 2-1, one game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the grand finals. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, himself, representing Team Hyper 1 from the land of South Korea. It is 3Point. The Brood War Zerg player. Here we go. As 3Point is going gas first, you have my attention. Gas into spawning pool into a delayed expansion. So a very aggressive start here from 3Point. With this, you can go into early link speed, or you can even go into an earlier lair. My attention is going to be on 3Point. Meanwhile, ByuN across the map going for a Rax expand. Standard opener. No crazy CC first or anything like that. Not this time. And welcome one all to ByuN Industry. ByuN Industry, of course, being one of the older Legacy of the Void maps from years gone by. I want to say from like back in 2019-ish? 2019, 2018-ish era of StarCraft. It's been quite some time. Of course, we have the slow zones. There are slow zones here between the bases. Plenty of slow zones. Oh, actually, maybe 2020-ish era of StarCraft? Around then. We have our slow zones. We have an island here towards the top corner of the map as well that you can take advantage of. The triangular third base here is quite open, quite exposed. We have our Zolnaga in the center. There are different ways to approach this. Ooh, meanwhile, speaking of a heavy buy commitment, we have the setup of, once again, a 2-1-1. Now remember, on Pylon we saw a 2-1-1 as well out of ByuN. Oh wait, no, sorry. On Pylon we saw 3 racks. So on Maganatha game 1 we saw 2-1-1. True. So we saw a 2-1-1 on Maganatha initially, and now we're seeing it here once again. At least I'm assuming that we're going for a factory follow-up and not a third racks. Meanwhile, if you remember, with the earlier gases, we were curious as to what the gases were going to be for. Early link speed into early lair. This is a 240 lair timing, so a very fast lair here. And I would say that there are less options for lair in Brood War than there is in StarCraft 2. For StarCraft 2, you can speculate. You can be like, ooh, is this for an Nidus all-in? Is this for Dropper Lords into Roach Speed? Is this going to be for lair? Is it going to be for Hydras? Oh, as Lynx, they will everyone. They take down all the Marines, the SCVs as well. Oh my god! This is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand, getting out of control. Before we can even talk about the mutas that they should be for Aspire for muta production, Lynx, they bust into the main. SCVs are going down, and ByuN is in trouble. Ooh, Dust is forced to cancel the factory. Boys are being pulled. 5 SCV kills in total, getting more Marines. Yeah, more Marines are going down there. Again, this early link speed time and catching ByuN completely off guard. Did he not scout? He didn't check it. Oh, he saw the lair at least. Jesus, oh my god. Marines, they bust in. They supply block ByuN. They kill the first depot. And behind this, third TC is on the way. Meanwhile, with the fast lair, Spire play. As we mentioned, Brood War Zerg have less options. They have less options. Yeah, GG gets called. That's just game-ending damage. And 3-point ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. ByuN, it didn't quite register in his mind just how late the hatchery was, how early the gases and spawning pool was, just because it didn't quite scout, didn't quite confirm. With that, it was caught with his pants down. The Marines got surrounded. The first thing to go down were those Marines. That was just a brutal start to that defense. With that, GG. GG, well played. We are going all the way to Game 5, going all the way to the ace match. Let's go. Game 5 is going to be on Vermeer. Okay, interesting. With the larger, more macro maps, depending on the spawn locations, of course. It's going to depend. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. Oh. Top left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our Blue Zerg tying up the series 2-2, forcing the ace match. We'll see if he can go all the way, if he can go the distance for Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. And being forced into the ace match. He was up 2-0, by the way, but it was forced into Game 3, forced into Game 4, now forced into Game 5. And we'll see if we can bring it back. It is ByuN. Early gas once again. Early gas. So gas pool opener, delayed hatchery. This is the same opener that we saw last game on Purity and Industry, and we're seeing it once again here on Vermeer as well. Early link speed into, I would imagine, early lair as well. And so far, ByuN going for the CC on the low ground. CC first out of ByuN, which is still okay. Bearing in mind that neither player really knows where the other is. Not yet. Overlords are being sent across the map. And remember, this is a 4-player spawn map. So they're still trying to piece it all together. Do we just go for another? We're doing it again. I mean, why change? Why shift gears? So once again, for the 3rd time this series, it is going to be a 3-1 setup. It's going to be a 3x stim timing. Once again. Fun fact, every game that ByuN has been forced to play Brood War Terran, he has gone for this build. At least in this broadcast. He has gone for it every time. As we have our double hatchery follow-up, you can see we're staying in gas. We're staying in gas here, so we're going to be working towards, I would imagine, the lair. Yep, there it is. Lair is on the way. And this should be for mutas. And again, this is just the same build. Last game, ByuN, he died before we can even think about the mutas. This time, Lings, they have arrived. They poke in. Marines are amassing. They should fall back. We have to pull the boys to hold on. So far, nice SimCity. Marines, they get some free shots off. So far, ByuN is holding on. Does think about pulling the boys. Doesn't need to. He fully walls off, and this time a cleaner defense out of ByuN. Remember, last time, ByuN, his Marines were here on the low ground, and he got surrounded. He got surrounded. The Marines were the first thing to go down. And everything just went south from there. But this time, much safer. Meanwhile, I assumed that this was going to be for 2-base Muta, but no. We have a Hydroden. This looks like 2-base Lurker instead. Sue, is that you? Okay, interesting. So if you recall, we casted Sue in a show match earlier, maybe like a month ago at this point, and we did see this very same build here, rushing into Lurkers. Okay, we are going for a Lurker rush. Very tech heavy, very committed. And fun fact, the one game that Sue actually beat ByuN, basically, ByuN versus Sue was best of 7. They had a best of 7 show match, and the one game that ByuN did beat, that Sue did beat ByuN on was on Troy. It was on Troy with this very build, rushing into Lurkers. But I'm sure ByuN has learned from that experience. Despite that, still 0 scouting information from ByuN. He doesn't really know what he's moving into. He's being somewhat active. Does move out. Sim is not yet done. Yeah, and with that 3-point, he will get a force around. Yeah, ByuN, he should not have been here. Massive pickoff. Marines, they get caught out. ByuN falling back. Now he's down to half the Marine counts. And here come the Lunkers. The Lurkers are waddling in. And 3-1 is here to end the game. He's here to end the series. Does break through the first bunker. The boys, they do tank quite well. Yeah, they tank well for themselves. Lurkers, they have arrived. Oh my god, there's a scan. Nice spread here by ByuN. Very nice spread. Takes on the first Lurker. But there's still 2 remaining. Yeah, still 2 Lurkers left. Pushing in towards the main. It's still quite close. As he's breaking his way in. And he still needs to go one step further. There we go. Does get on top of the production. The boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Lings. Oh, they failed to dive on top of the Marines. Despite that, the Marines are going down. We still have 2 Lurkers left. Can he keep going? Oh, God. The production has arrived. More SCVs going down. It's going to be 28 SCV kills. And 3-point. Has he broken through? He has. Yes, broken. ByuN. GG gets called. He pulls it off once again. Again, that was the one time that ByuN lost the game against Su with this lair, with this Lurker all in. And 3-point does it as well. GG. GG. Well played. 3-point will advance on to the grand finals. With a crazy upset. Again, very intense 3 games in a row here. ByuN had a 2-0 lead, but 3-point, he was able to bring it all back here with very aggressive builds. Game 3, of course, on Maganatha, we saw the Roach all in. We saw the Roach all in at a 3-point with really early lair into early Roach speed, into 1-1 upgrades. Game 2, of course, we had a 3-point go for this very same build. The same opener, I should say, on Period Industry, going into early link speed, and with that he was able to surround the Marines early on and just snowball out of control from there. Here it was the same opener, the same setup. This time ByuN defended against the Lings. It wasn't ideal, but he did defend against them initially, but then he got overconfident. He got too cavalier. He moved out. He got fully surrounded. He lost almost all of his Marines then and there in the surround, and then he was caught off guard by what? By the Lunkers, back in the 2 base Lurker all in, or even 1.5 base all in, as we had limited resources, limited economy, I should say. And with that, GG. 3-point, he does make it through. He will make it into the finals. GG. Congratulations. Big upsets, but very well done, very well played. That leads us into the lower semifinals here. That leads us into our next best of 5. It is going to be best of 5 between SHIN and Mindel VK. Let's go. As game 1 is going to be on Pylon. Here we go. 3-point is so aggressive? Yes, yes. We've said it before, but 3-point, he is the cheesiest and most aggressive Zerg player in all of South Korea. I say most aggressive. I'll say cheesiest. I'll say he's the cheesiest Zerg player in all of South Korea. And here, again, how did he respond to the all-ins with his own earlier all-in? He's like, hey, if ByuN's gonna 2-base all-in me, I'm gonna 1-base all-in him. That's basically what happened. So 3-point, he was able to strike before ByuN's builds really got into their own. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of a Pylon. We have the red Protoss player. We have the brutal Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Mindel VK. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Oh, should fix that up. It is SHIN. Here we go, SHIN versus Mindel VK. Again, Mindel VK already causing an upset, already making it to the finals. This is a crazy result, and a big shout out to Mindel VK for making it this far. But we'll see how he compares to SHIN. SHIN being the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. Again, that Manzel used to go to Dark, but Dark did retire, of course. Dark, he is now in the military. In the absence of Dark, that is where SHIN has risen up, at least in StarCraft Evolution. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of SHIN. And I'll be honest, I'm a little bit sad because I was looking forward to a SHIN versus ByuN match, just because I haven't seen them face off in quite some time, specifically in StarCraft Evolution, and I won't see them this time either. I like this. Meanwhile, I'm curious to see what MinnowVK has to offer here in this matchup. Again, it is very common, very meta to open up with a Robo and to open up Disruptor drop. It's very common, but we'll see if MinnowVK does mix it up. The pylon has been thrown down. Do we open up Stargate? Do we open up Robo? Do we open up something different like it? Almost a Twilight Council with a Citadel of a 2. We'll see. Okay, there is no Twilight Council. Just a Citadel. Behind is just getting into Dragoon range. Just waiting for his tech of choice behind the mineral line. Very suspicious position there with the pylon. Meanwhile, very early Roach Warren at a SHIN. Oh my god, that is a 230 Roach Warren. He's going for a Roach Rush. He's going for an early Roach push here. SHIN, he is being he's being hyper aggressive. And MinnowVK will zone away the Overlord, will not get a kill. But again, tech-wise, what is the plan? Where are we headed? Where are we going? Does pull away. Oh! Yeah, second Dragoon arrives. Overlord is safe. And the tech of choice, Citadel. There we go, Citadel of Adun. We are working towards Zealot legs, which means I'm going to be favoring this all in. SHIN, he's cutting workers at 23, so we're cutting workers. The third base is just for larva, and the natural is also basically just for larva as well. We're just making nothing but lings and roaches. SHIN is rallying across the map. Now, the scary thing about what's happening here is that MinnowVK has limited scouting. Has very limited vision. MinnowVK is taking a third base. He has one shield battery here at the natural. Likewise is skipping some warp-ins, is focusing on tonight. He's teching up into a Templar Archives. That's not what we need. Not here, not right now. And we're here to knock down that Dragoon. Dragoon taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. The wall is open, and now we're flooding through. Boys are being pulled. Zealots are trying to keep up. Again, it's just the one shield battery, and it's out of energy already. Yeah, GG gets caught. MinnowVK is caught with his pants down as the all-in does catch him completely off guard. And with that, SHIN starts off with a win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, unfortunately, MinnowVK, he just had no vision. He had no scouting. He did not check across the map. He was not aware the fact that there were no drones at the third, and there were only 5 drones at the natural. Only 5. Again, no saturation whatsoever, or I should say minimal saturation there from SHIN. With that, he just went for the 230 lair, sorry, 230 Roach Warren, I meant to say. Just sent it across the map. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Maganatha. And again, we'll see if MinnowVK is able to get a read on what's happening and able to get a read on what SHIN is up to. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Psystorm Gaming Protoss, the Brutal Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see who mounts back. It is MinnowVK. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. Go. As once again, our eyes are going to be on SHIN. Last game, if you recall, he went for a 230-ish Roach Warren timing, which was insanely early. And we'll keep an eye on him again to see if he does throw down any early tech, whether it's a Roach Warren, whether it's a lair. So far, hatch first. So far, so good. So I'm moving out. Likewise, we'll see what kind of tech Minuvike goes for. As a reminder, what did he go for last game? Last game he went for a Citadel opener, which means Zealot Legs, right? He opened up Zealot Legs into Storm or into a Temple Archives, which gives access to High Templar, to Storm, to Archons, and to Dark Templar as well. Oh. As I think there was an interaction with this probe. But hopefully everything's okay. So I'm moving in. Oh, there might have been a pause there, actually. Might have been a pause. As from here, it is going to be a double hatch opener. Basically, this third hatchery is very early, and the reason why you can afford this hatchery this early on is because SHIN is cutting corners. What's he cutting? Queen. He will skip his queen in the main, so only a single queen opener, late second queen, faster third base instead. So SHIN is cutting corners. He's being greedy here. You can punish this with early game Adept Harass because in SC2 you can punish it with Adept Harass. When it comes to Brood War, we'll see how Minuvike does approach this. Back at home, Stargate opener. Okay. So it does open Stargate. With this, we should be opening up Scout to hunt down the Overlords. Hunt down the Overlords. As the first Overlord's already going to be going down. The Scout is denied. SHIN is in the dark. As the Stargate does complete. And the Scout is on the way. Now, this could be the beginning of something even spicier here. If you recall, we actually saw this in Rebellion versus ByuN, when we loaded into Maganatha. And we spoke about how, if we see a Stargate opener, like, this could be Stargate into a Fleet Beacon, into... God. Yeah, speaking of, Stargate to a Fleet Beacon, to a second Stargate into Sky Toss. We were just talking about this. As Rebellion went for this build. He went for this build on this map, but that was in a different matchup. That was against ByuN in a PvT. Now we're seeing it here in a PvZ as well. So we are rushing into carrier. Let's go. Let's go. Now, if you recall, Rebellion, he was able to successfully get into this and build up, I believe, up to around 8 carriers before he got knocked down. Again, we saw that ByuN was able to hit a timing with his Mass Marines just before the supportive units for the carriers had really come online, and ByuN was able to just break through then and there. We'll see how SHIN will approach this. So far, we can see SHIN just getting extra setup here. Getting into a Zero Chamber. Into upgrades. With this, we should be working towards +1 melee, I would imagine. Yeah, as the initial Scout is revealed. So the Scout is revealed. So even though SHIN hasn't...
Engage the enemy.
God damn. Even though SHIN hasn't scouted the main base, he is at least aware of the Stargates, which means in the back of his mind, something like a Sky Toss rush is definitely prevalent. He doesn't know for certain, but he knows that it's a possibility. These things they do all tend to very hidden. Behind this Bailiness on the way. Okay, playing it safe. Going for the Bailiness. I mean, from here it can just double down and go for a bust. Speaking of, it's a lot of Zerglings. Behind this, carriers are amassing. It doesn't feel like SHIN is aware of what's been happening. SHIN has no lair, by the way. We're almost at 6 minutes with no lair. That has to be intentional. This has to be an all-in. Oh boy. And we'll see how much damage it actually gets done. Yeah, Ling does scout, Ling does confirm. So yeah, SHIN, he's coming here into an all-in. Fully aware. And when I say fully aware, I mean SHIN does make said decision. MinoVK back at home, he himself is not aware how much danger he's in. There's one shield battery here at the third. Likewise, one shield battery at the natural as well. We're built up to 3 carriers. Carrier upgrade is almost complete. And we're just waiting here for SHIN to pull the trigger. Now, with the Hive being researched, this can be link made into Ultra. Could be the go-to. Building up. I believe, has he scouted? Has he checked? I mean, he is now. Yeah, he sees the Corsairs. He does see the carriers. If he wanted to go for a Bane bus, and I'm pretty sure he did. Like, this is a big investment. Like, essentially, half of these links could have been drones. They could have been workers. We could already be on 80 drones by now. So this is setting SHIN behind. He's now falling behind. Now we have the Spire only just now begins. And remember, this was like a 7-minute lair. It was such a late lair as well. SHIN, he wanted to end the game earlier, and he has failed to do so. MinoVK, he's in a strong position. Suddenly, like, the misread out of SHIN and the passivity out of SHIN as well is giving MinoVK a very, very strong start. So far, this is ideal. As SHIN wasted his larva, delayed lair, delayed expansion, delayed upgrades as a result. Like, everything is just later here, later than usual. For SHIN. And MinoVK, he's building up his late game. Like Skytos, Carrier, Corsair. Looking good. The one thing that I would want to add on to here, I mean, we're still quite early on when it comes to the size of these armies. Wait, can we get in there? But I would definitely push for High Templar to support this. Speaking of, there it is, Templar guys on the way. So likewise, MinoVK is also thinking about High Templar and Dark Templar as well. These things, they flood into the natural. They flood in, nice around. Catching out Dragoons. I mean, these things, despite the opener, despite how they were dead supplied, they pay for themselves somewhat. Get some damage. As he's poking in, we have a wall of cannons and shield batters ready. MinoVK is secure, very secure. Nope. As looks like there was a bit of a pause. Corruptors are building up. At this point, I don't think Corruptors will be enough. I mean, I'm rating the Corsairs very highly. Speaking of, here they come. One carrier goes down. Oh god. Just the one carrier for what? For 5 Corruptors. Corruptors do get one more Corsair. Nice spread. Nice spread. Meanwhile, 30 probes going to be going down. Oh god, these trades are so brutal though. These Corsairs, they punish the Corruptors. Yes, from here, Minnow just doubling down, just still making more Corsair. Likewise, at this point, I wouldn't be opposed to SHIN getting some spellcasters, whether they be Vipers or Infestors. They both have their place. Otherwise, the game is slowing down. And again, like MinoVK, it feels like he's gone past the worst of it. Like, his supply is still quite low because of his probe count. So the probe count is really hurting MinoVK. apologies. But otherwise, we are just building up. High Templar are massing as well. We spoke earlier about how we're missing splash damage. This time, Storm is complete, and High Templar, they're ready. They're ready to support. See, Threatener died. Anyways, let's pull him away. So if I was, oh jeez. I was gonna say, like, from here we're just gonna slow things down. SHIN, he's max. SHIN, he's the first player to max out. SHIN, he has gotten up to 80 workers, and because of the non-stop link bane aggression, ByuN has had a really hard time securing himself on 4 bases. Like, the 4th base has been very, very difficult. So Bailey's are ready to dive in. They're rolling forward. There's not really much for them to kill, but they will at least knock down all the cannons. Yeah, cannons get knocked down. Base is exposed. Getting the destruction web. Base is getting low. Black Bear Storms. Oh my god. Storm 2's turn back. Oh, nice power bomb. Very nice. Does power bomb the army. As a middle PK, still needs a little bit more time. Like, the composition is there, but the size, the quantity is not. And part of that is, of course, because of the bases. There's no further expansion. Storm zones. Catching a carrier. Getting one. At this point, SHIN is maxed. Once again, I would love to see SHIN be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more assertive. As Bailey's rolling in once again. They go for the Dragoon. Jesus. Dragoon's so tanky. Storm grazes the army, links they bust into natural, links they bust into the main as well. No shield battery, no cannons, probes are going down. And as the entire army responds to this, that does create an opening for the Corruptors. So they swoop in. Swoop in, they deny the expansion. Let's pull away. As they get 17 probe kills. Again, ByuN, he's slowly catching up when it comes to that defensive prowess, but he's still stuck at home. SHIN is sharking around. He's looking for the Sky Toss. He's hoping to catch like a stray carrier, stray unit. Here, SHIN just taking up into the Greater Spire. Ultra production as well. Comes in with a spray. Takes down another Nexus. And my big concern here is that I feel like SHIN has to be more proactive. Like, you have to be active when it comes to sniping like one unit at a time. Otherwise... Otherwise, I might see ByuN just take it. I say that we do have a mass infestor. I believe Neural is done. Yes, Neural is complete. So we can move in with just the mass, the mass mind control. It's possible. How many infestors? 19! Sorry, 16. 16 infestors. That's a lot of infestors. As Bailings are getting fought out. Nice catch. Armies are evening up. Oh. Storm threatening to zone. Storming the High Templar. Let's go! Going for the Reek. Going for the Neural. Does storm his own High Templar. Likewise, does Neural every single Corsair. Oh my god, he stands in the Storm Zone. Massive storms. Jesus! Takes out all his Infestors. Despite that, another wave of storms. The storms, they just annihilate the Sky Zerg army. Oh my god. SHIN stood in all the storms. Not like this. Those storms were insane. Catching out the main army. Catching out the Bailings, the Infestors, the everything. From here, SHIN, he is in trouble. But he is amassing Queen. Sorry, is amassing Queens, not amassing Corruptors. And Corruptors have arrived. And we drop some Transfuse. Yeah, the Queens, they are kept alive, and they will focus on every single carrier. Yeah, they all go down. Next up are going to be the Corsairs. And with that, GG, SHIN, he will overwhelm, he will snowball out of control, and SHIN takes a 2-0 lead in the series. Whew. GG. Again, I was a little bit concerned that SHIN was maybe being a little bit too passive and giving MinuVK too much time, but the answer was no. The answer was no. He was able to take a fight, and it was a really rough fight. It was in favor of the Protoss, 100%, but despite that, had a bank. He had a bank, so he could afford to remax. He was able to remax, rebuild, and with that, able to take a further lead in the series. Take a further lead, and we'll see if MinuVK can bring it back. Again, he was able to stabilize, he was able to slow the game down, he was able to get into his own his own setup, but not quite anywhere near as effective. And with that, we're loading into our next game. Going to be loading into Vermeer. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of Vermeer, we have the red Protoss play. We have the StarCraft 2 Protoss representing Saxon Gaming. It is MinuVK. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran. Wait. I had to do a double check. Not Zerg, but playing Terran here instead for Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. Random. He really is trying to be the next Dark. Okay, for those who remember, Dark, he did not pick Zerg when he played Brood War. He picked Random instead. So we have Random out of SHIN as well. Paying tribute. We do appreciate it. Does open up for Vermeer. Pulls in, pulls away, double gas opener, faster factory. Meanwhile, we do have the single gas out of MinuVK going for the faster Nexus. Oh, sorry, the faster base. There you go. So I can be like, heard about Elf on a Shelf? He is Lunker in a bunker. Okay, let's go. But what's important here is that MinuVK did scout, so now he's aware. He's aware of the race of his opponents. Again, just to reiterate once again, SHIN did not pick Terran. He did not pick Terran, he picked Random. And again, if you've been watching Dark during his run in StarCraft Evolution, you know that he would always pick Random whenever playing StarCraft 1, whenever playing Brood War. Whenever he played SC2, he'd play Zerg, of course. But was randoming it up whenever he did hit Brood War, and that trend continues here as well. It does continue here. Oh, random. Yes. Just reiterate, random. But again, at least MinuVK is aware. At least he is aware. So you have a factory to starport set up here in the main. And once again, Stargate. Okay, Stargate opener out of MinoVK. Now, I do think that this is going to be more effective. The problem with Stargate play against Zerg players is that, I mean, the Scout itself doesn't really have the highest rate of fire against the ground. Again, it isn't as adept when it comes to defense. Here we go. Stargate opener. At least against Zerglings, right? Like Zerglings, they can surround, they can deny, they can bully the third, and the Scout is going to have a hard time defending. Here, coming into this matchup, it is more standard way to stay on 2 bases a little bit longer. So build up, tech up potentially as well. Meanwhile, Shin does not go for the sim timing. Okay. He doesn't know how to Terran. No. He's an animal. He's playing StarCraft. No one else is doing that. SMH. From here, we do have our setup. Nothing too crazy. Just 2 gates. 2 gate setup. Likewise, siege mode is almost done. Shin already moving out. So again, this is sorry, ByuN. Shin even a very ByuN thing to do. ByuN is very fond of going for these early move outs. Getting up to 3, getting up to 4 SCV kills, not bad. No turrets inside. This is getting out of hand, getting up to 5 SCVs. Oh my god. Yeah, 5 workers gonna be falling. MinoVK having having a decent setup here. Bunkers moving in, tank will siege. Okay. In range of the natural. More bunkers are being thrown down just to gain more ground. Yeah, the pylon is exposed. At the same time, behind this, the Oracle does go ham. 17 SCVs. I mean, that is game-ending damage. That is critical damage here being dealt across the map, but does it matter? As Warp Gate is denied, denies Warp Gate, the Oracle can't fully engage, the bunkers are complete. Oh, getting on top of the first tank. Okay. Quite include. Yeah, tanks are pushing forward. Again, the goal here for Shin is to break the natural. Tanks are a little bit far back, and I believe Blink is not done. Oh, no Blink. Oh. Yeah, no Blink. Bunker is incomplete. The Marines are going down. There's no more. Oh, no! I was going to say there's no more Marines, which is true. But likewise, no more fire here. Tanks are moving forward, get within range. Void Rays on the way. The Void Ray will help. Just have the 1 Wraith. As the space should be saved. It's close, don't get me wrong. Very close. Back at home, the Oracle goes down. Shin can finally focus on just building up. And I do want to favor MinoVK here. MinoVK, he should have lost the expansion. They got low, but he didn't get it. Did not kill the base. Likewise, Gateway Explosion. Voyagers are advancing. It's time to move out. It's pushing. And Shin is in trouble. Shin, he's in trouble here. First tank goes down. Boys are being pulled. There's no more Marines. Does focus attention here on the short. We're appreciating the repair. Nice repair, but again, Shinny's still down, what, 20 workers. And from here, we do see MinoVK now is able to re-expand, get his third up running. Now we can tech up in towards Storm, in towards Charge, in towards a greater setup. Shin is contained, and I didn't see Shin doing much from here, to be honest. He just doesn't really have much left over. He was so committed, so dedicated. And Now down to two race and a dream. Let's go. Like 4-shot SCVs. Aye, aye, aye. That's from here. They're just gonna take over the main. Does it away. Nice repair. Okay. Oh, sorry, Shin, holding on. Bleeds out one of those wraiths. Let's back at the other. Oh! From here, yeah, GG. GG. There's no final fights, but Shin, he was just up against the wall. The writing was on the wall, and MinoVK will put a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Again, last Shin with the random while playing Broodor was unable to really roll and land on what he was hoping for. And with that, GG, we are going to be stepping into our next game. We're going to be loading into Sylphid. Loading into Sylphid. Loading into our PvZ. This time, we do see that I believe Shin is going to be playing SC2, so he is not going to mess around with any kind of setup. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid. We have the red Zerg player, himself, representing Sidestorm Gaming, putting a point on the board. Can he claim another? Can he claim a series? It is MinoVK. And spawning on the top side, we have the blue Zerg player from South Korea. Again, this time enjoying StarCraft 2 Zerg. It is for Wayward Gaming, Shin. Go. So we are going to be building up. And again, Nexus first here from MinoVK. Does make sense on a 3-player spawn map, just to be greedy. And then hopes to get away from that greed. So we are setting up. Likewise, nothing major to write home about yet. Likewise, there's no crazy early gas or early spawning pool. So just easing our way back in. It's been far too long. Far too long. Don't forget to setch. Don't forget. But yeah, just really greedy builds so far. it's just been very economic, very samey. You do see Shin double expanding once again. Just to reiterate, Shin, he's able to afford this faster hatchery because he's skipping his second queen. So only one queen at the natural, no queen in the main. This is we've already seen this once before. Already seen this. So very greedy here from Shin. Very greedy. See if he is punished. Oh, hello. As we are going for, I believe that was that 2 minutes? Or maybe like 2:20, 2:15-ish. Really early Roach one here out of Shin. So he does open up greedy, that is true, but he's going to be not skipping Ling speed. This looks like a Ling Ravager all-in. Oh boy. As we are mining on that gas. I'm getting deja vu. Do you recall earlier in the broadcast, or in this series actually, Citadel of Adun, we are rushing blindly into speedlots, into fast zealots, into zealot legs. Meanwhile, MinoVK, he did scout, he did confirm the timing of the third, he confirmed the timing of the bases. He is aware that this was a more greedy build, but he hasn't seen the fall off yet, so he doesn't know just how aggressive Shin plans on being. MinoVK is only working with a piece of the puzzle. Here we go. Does commit. Does move out. And it does move out. Here we go. The Ravagers are morphing in. So again, so a Ling Ravager or Ling Roach Ravager all in here by Shin. And ByuN, what's he doing? He's taking. We have a speed on the way. We have Temple Archives on the way. Getting to our gateways as well. And the one shield battery. And Shin, he's here to just knock down the wall. He's here to knock it down. That shield by putting in a lot of work. But there we go. Yeah, the base has been broken. Lings, they flood in. They take down the first Adepts. Likewise, they're hoping to get on top of that on that Ravager as well. Oh. Yeah, with that Shin, he's done it. With that Shin, he has done it. He has broken the natural. Likewise, moving further in. Getting on top of the Dragoon, just barely. The Dragoon goes down. And unfortunately, ByuN just had no idea. Like, we've been here before, he had no idea. He saw an economic start, an economic opener, so he just assumed, you're just being greedy. He's like, no. That was merely only the opener. From then, Shin, he just doubled down. GG gets called, and Shin, he will bust into the main base. He will claim the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, unfortunately, we've seen this quite a bit tonight, but we have seen a lot of all-ins from everyone, from ByuN, from SHIN, from threepoint, from ByuN, less so ByuN actually, but we've seen a lot of aggressive builds, a lot of all-ins, and unfortunately ByuN was just unable to confirm what was going on until it was already too late, until it was already knocking down his front door. So a bit of a later setup there, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Whew, we are getting ready here for our next series. We're getting ready for the grand finals. We already covered the initial upper semis, and now we just wrapped up with the lower semifinals as well. With that, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed and what exactly has been going on. Let's go. Let's go. From the top, we do have ByuN. ByuN took down Rebellion 2-0, and ByuN, he almost 3-at-3-point. He almost took him down 3-0, but last 3-point, he was able to pull off the reverse sweep in that best of 5. 3-point, he won 3 games in a row in a nail-biter of a series. Was able to bring him down. And I would say an upset. So, really impressive play. Likewise, we had Shin. Shin took down the SCC. Shin also took down ByuN as well. A bit of a more intense and aggressive series, I will say that for sure, 100%. But in the end, ByuN was good with his pants down. Shin was able to snuggle out of control, and now we have our 2 finalists. And this is a rematch from this morning. If you recall, we actually casted a best of 7 between threepoint and Shin, and it barely went the way of Shin. It went 4-2 in his favor. Did claim that win, did claim that series. Threepoint could not actually engage. And that leads us here into our next broadcast of the event. I should say that leads us into the grand finals of this tournament. That leads us into a best of 5 between threepoint and Shin. We'll see if history will repeat itself. We'll see if threepoint can get his revenge. And coming into this, I do favor Shin, but threepoint can definitely take maps and can potentially take series as well. Let's go. Let us go. Until then, we are going to be going on a very, very short break. And when we come back, we'll have the grand finals. That'll be our final series of the broadcast. Again, it's been a bit of a longer broadcast, a bit of a longer event. As again, SEL's StarCraft Evolution Leagues are usually a little bit longer, just because we cast so much. Just because we cast all the quarterfinals matches, then the semis, then the finals. So with that, we are going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have that ZVZ between threepoint and Shin. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Grand Finals. The Grand Finals here of the StarCraft Evolution League number 13. It has been an intense and a long broadcast here, going through the quarterfinals into semis into the Grand Finals as well. And we found ourselves with a bit of a surprise. Again, coming into this tournament, I was favoring two players. SHIN was one of them. ByuN was the other. ByuN was the other favorite players. I was looking forward to ByuN versus SHIN in the finals, but 3point said no. In an interesting series as well. If you recall, 3point versus ByuN was very aggressive from both players. ByuN was going for a lot of all-ins. 3point also going for a lot of all-ins. they were just animals. They were just all in each other the entire series. And in the end, 3point, he was the more animalistic player who was able to come out on top, barely over ByuN, and that led us here into now our finals. I do see Late Chrononaut asking in the chat about what was first, the tournament or the show match. The show match was first. The tournament was this tournament was only a couple of days ago. The show match was longer than that. But again, in that show match, SHIN did take the series 4-2. It was a very intense show match, very intense, very dynamic. A lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins, 12 pools, 2-base muta play, rushing into lurkers as well, Ling Bane aggression. There was just a lot going on between the two of them. And now we're here for the rematch. And we'll see if history repeats itself, or we'll see if 3point can cause another upset. Hey, he already took down ByuN. True. Can he take down SHIN as well? We're here to find out. We're jumping into game one. Game one is going to be on Sylphid. Now, if you're out there, if you're looking at this, if you're like, oh, ZVZ mirror match, I would say this isn't really a mirror match. When it comes to StarCraft, oh fuck. We have some things to talk about. God damn it. Yeah. Well, first things first, I was gonna say it isn't really a mirror matchup because Brood War Zerg versus SE2 Zerg is actually quite different. The units, the play style, I mean, it's just they're similar in name, but name only. Like they play so differently to each other. Same with all the mirror matchups. I think the closest mirror matchup is maybe TBT, like Terran, like Brood War Terran and SE2 Terran. I think they maybe share the most similarities, but outside of that, Brood War Protoss and SE2 Protoss are very different. Same with ZVZ as well. But once again, one of our players picked random, and spawning the top side of Sylphid, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our Red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is a 3point. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, doing his best Dark impression. There he, oh look, he's got his portrait. In honor of Dark. For those who do not know, Dark, he was the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution, and Dark would also play random whenever he played Brood War. And there it is, playing Brood War as well, and landing on Protoss. It is a SHIN for Weibo Gaming. So here we go. As a reminder, SHIN did not pick Protoss, he landed on Protoss, and we have the Drone Scout. Yeah, the Drone Scout here attempted the gas steal, but the gas steal is denied, and now 3point is aware of what he's up against. Behind this, Hatch first. Hatch pull into a delayed gas geyser out of 3point. But again, SHIN, he did pick random. He did land on Protoss, but he's not playing random at every game. He's only playing random when he has to play Brood War. So only random when playing Brood War. Here we go. And I'll be honest, I haven't really seen much of SHIN's Protoss. I haven't seen much of it. Same with this Terran either. So we'll see what he's got. Show us what you got. Again, he's honoring Dark, man. He's honoring him. I appreciate it. Este papi. As we have our Overlord scouting across the map, of course, 3point is aware of the location of SHIN. Is aware. Behind this Stargate opener, okay, based on location, of course, the Overlord will confirm. The Overlord does get eyes on the Stargate, is aware of the Tech of choice. We have seen a lot of attempted Stargate openers in today's broadcast, and we'll see where this leads. A Stargate opener should be Stargate into a scout to deny vision, to deny scouting, to move out across the map. Meanwhile, that is a 240 lair timing. Very early lair here by 3point. Now, the plan with this Stargate may be to go scout into Skytoss, or it could be scout into Zell legs into ground toss instead. There are options here available to Shin, but the problem is this fast lair, it looks like a way to punish. So hyper aggression here. There it is, Roach Horns on the way, and this should lead into fast Roach speed. This 3-point is spreading creep. There's the initial unit, the initial scout. Hunt down the Overlord. And yep, scout into Fleet Beacon, into Sky Toss. This is the third player that we've seen do this. First it was Rebellion, second it was Mid VK, and now third it is Shin. So scout into Fleet Beacon, into Sky Toss. We have the Forge on the way. I would imagine that is going to be just for cannons. Because, yep, second Stargate. Oh boy. Likewise, with the Forge, you can research shield upgrades, and that does benefit all your units, including Skytoss units as well. That is going to be available. But Shin is doubling down. As the scout does an eye, does own. Does own away. Behind this, we're going for a German taxi. I mean, this makes sense. A German taxi is designed to hard counter and to kill a Protoss player before they can actually embrace Skytoss. So here we go. The Queens are walking across the map. The highway is set. Roaches are amassing. Scout does confirm the upgrades on the way. And it will soon be time to load up that taxi to send it across the map. Let's go. This is kind of like the classic response to Skytoss. And there it is. There's the taxi. Has arrived. We're loading up. We're loading up. And 3-point rushing across the map. And what is it to defend? There's going to be one shield battery, 2 cannons. So 1 shield battery, 2 cannons. We have 1 dragoon. We have 1 carrier. We have 2 scouts. As time progresses, we're going to get more carriers. It's true. We now have a 2nd carrier. But it's still going to be a tough hold. It's still going to be a very tough hold here as the initial roaches have arrived. They hit knock down the wall. And they will. Dragoon does go down. Ooh, are we second guessing ourselves? We're droning. Okay, looks like 3-point is not confident here. He does start to drone. He does back up. He takes gases as well, going for his own Hydrogen. And with that, Shin, he holds. Okay, Shin, he does hold on. Again, 3-point wasn't feeling too confident. Maybe he wasn't expecting that many carriers already, but now we have 3. 3 carriers have arrived. Roach is now moving in, but this is late. And with that, now we have 3-point in a rough position. 3-point, he dedicated, like, look at all these roaches. He dedicated so much resources, so much time to these roaches. And if we're not committing to anything, then honestly, these roaches could have been drones. They could have been workers. They could have been a faster third, faster droning, faster saturation. But alas, now is in a worse position for it. Yeah, the drop play has to pay off. Drop on the right. Does make his way over. Likewise, continued sky toss. We have the carrier capacity upgrade on the way. +1 air attack. More carriers building up. Roaches are welding in. They hit the 3rd. Nice. Some of the stack defense. And we'll see how we respond. Now, interesting. If you notice, when it comes to a lot of these Skytoss rushes that we've seen today, there's no storm. Like, there's no ground support. Now, we have seen Corsair carrier do quite well for itself against, you know, these ground-based compositions. But specifically, we have infestors on the way. And this is where I have to wonder, is Microbial Shroud going to be ideal here? I think it will be. Like, if there's no storm to worry about, then you can Microbial Shroud, like, where you need to, where you want to. You can dive, of course, in with your Hydras. You can focus down the carriers as well. Yeah, we'll see what else he can get done. Here, rushing on past those cannons. Walking into the main, there is a full wall off though. It's a full wall. And with that, Jordan's going to be going down. The skeleton workers here at the natural. As we just see Shin just trying to, sorry, threepoint just trying to trade out as best he can, getting 13 drones. I mean, hey, that's something. 13 drones. It's not nothing. With that, now you have Neural on the way, so Neural's being researched. West getting into bar. And Shin so far looking secure. Looking fine. I mean, there's no incentive. The reality is that there's no incentive for Shin to push. Like, he shouldn't push. He should just... The correct thing to do here for Shin, to my dismay, is you just turtle. You just turtle up with cannon, shield barriers, you slowly get your third, and then you slowly get your fourth base, and then by the time your fourth base is saturated, then Shin should be maxed. Before we can talk about getting a third, though, we do see that the initial Hydra army, or 3-4 moving out, looking to get in position to delay any kind of expansion. Oh, catching up the Scout, not bad. Scout does fall. Carrier's moving in. Now, the best answer here for the mass carrier from the side of our Zerg player is going to be mass neural, like mass neural here, and potentially, of course, a Microbial Shroud as well. Ooh, as Shin is denied the expansion. He's denied a base. Meanwhile, Storm is almost halfway done, or more than halfway done. High Templar building up. We see the attempted new expansion. Hydras, they respond. Respond, they'll knock it down. Atomic Claw Roach is getting in position. Calming down, we're settling in. Hive is now on the way. That does give access to Vipers. Meanwhile, how many carriers do we have? 9. Soon to be 10. It's a lot of carrier. Alas, is gas start here, burning through a lot of that gas. It's from here. Okay, that fourth base is being taken. Here come the infestors, here come the attempted neural. There's a Microbial Shroud, nice Storm. Storm does zone away. You got Storms already. The Storm on the Hydras as well. Oh, gee, oh god, the Storms are brutal. And I don't think he was quite expecting a Storm with this. Thankfully, no more Storms. Okay. No more Storms. Has to pull away. Hydras, they lunge forward. And without Storms, there's no defending. Yeah, there's no defending against this. Shit, he needs those Storms. Has to pull away. Got the Ultra Cavern here from Shin. Like, that's what tells us him to push forward. Last attempt. Once again, SHIN moving in. This time he's got the storms. And nice one with the hydras. I would say at this point we should be seeing a Spire from our Zerg player. Is going into Ultra production. Interesting. Going into Ultras, there is no Spire. He's still committed here to Mass Hydra. Does land a Fungal. And here come the Storms. Oh my god. Yeah, Storm behind the army this time. Does get more value. Does get more damage. Unfortunately, there's no lurkers here. It's pure Hydra. The reason why I say lurkers would be zoning away the high tempo to stop them from being so aggressive, but that's not the case. Oh. Hydras, they don't quite get the High Templar. Get it. Ooh, Ultras are trapped. They have to kill the Roach Warren. These Ultras do break out. We have the Dark Archon on the way. Maelstrom should be yeah, Maelstrom was researched. Maelstrom can be a big part of this as well, for sure. So he's got Maelstrom, he's got Storm. Nice Fungal. Likewise, there's the first Maelstrom. The Storm combo. Oh my god, catching everything! Yeah, the Maelstrom and the Storm. The Ultras break through, but the carriers will overwhelm. We do get some decent Neurals here, but they just targeted down. They just targeted down, even through the Microbial Shroud. And SHIN has done it. SHIN has done it. This is game 1, by the way. We had a random from SHIN landing on Protoss. And Pappy, he knows how to Protoss. Mass Sky, toss Pappy, let's go. Okay, for this curious, the Archon is a spellcaster. The Dark Archon, I should say, is a spellcaster in Brood War. Maelstrom is a big AoE stun, so we saw it's almost like a fungal Parabomb combo on an air army in a StarCraft 2. But instead here it's like the Maelstrom Storm combo on a ground army instead. I mean on any kind of army really, just as long as it's biological. So he stunned the Hydras, he locked them in place, and then bam, went for the Storm. And with that, at last, the spellcaster went down as well. 3-point down to a handful of... I mean, the Ultra count is quite high. It's got 9 Ultras. It's a lot of Ultras. I believe Mind Control has not been researched, so there's no Mind Control yet. From the side of our Protoss player. But SHIN is researching Mind Control. He's almost there. And then he can start to Mind Control the Ultras. Moving in. Ultras, they try to blast forward. I still need a little bit more time. One Dark Archon goes down. He gets one. Hydras, they coming from behind. Where are the storms? No storms! That 3-point. He always won this off. He's won this off. He gets one. He gets one carrier. The others, they caught out. Yeah, they caught out the open. 1, 2, 3, 4 carriers going down. Very nice catch. And again, SHIN, he pushed out without his mind control. There it is. Now it's done. Now he has it. Ooh, does he use it? Yeah, where are the mind controls here? Does pull back, does pull away. Yeah, he has to retreat. Yeah, the Archons are cornered. Archons are pinned. Yeah, they're going down. They're going down one after the other. He does land one of the Maelstroms. But 3 points. Wow. SHIN, he had won this game, but he overextended. And the problem is that he pushed out without spellcasters. Like, he had a bunch of Dark Archons, but he didn't have his upgrades ready. And with that 3 points, he will snowball into a win. The comeback is real. Takes down the 4th base. Killed so many carriers. And SHIN, he's down to 5. Sorry, down to 7. 7 carriers. He lost 5 in that earlier fight. Here, 4 carriers. He lost the Dark Archons. I believe that's 7 Dark Archons going down. Dark Templar. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, and again, SHIN, he just pushed out without his upgrade. Pushed out without mind control. That was on SHIN. That was his mistake. He got too excited. Now, is there a world where SHIN can once again recover and have a crazy comeback? There is a world where that can happen, especially because of the mass Hydra composition. If we can pop up with the storms, then it is possible. But it's not just about claiming the fight. The problem here is the economy. Alright, there are all these bases mining here for 3-point. Oh, let's go. But we go SHIN pushing forward. There are the storms. Nice storms on the Hydra. Oh my god, the storms are brutal. Storms are brutal. Ultras are coming from behind. We have Hydras coming from behind as well. Do we have another storm? We do. Yeah, another storm does land. High Templar, they're rallying in. Ooh, two High Templar go down. But the storms are good enough. And SHIN, he will win this fight. He will take this fight. He doesn't chase the Ultras. Oh, he's rallying into the Ultras as well. Carrier's pushing in, catching up more Hydras. Again, the Hydras are struggling. This mineral line will go down. And we're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. Carriers, they get a base. They get a mineral line. At the same time, Ultras have to do the same. They have to do the same. They're moving in. Now, as a reminder, Hero, he can always recall. He can always recall back home. He wants these bases before the recall. And likewise, are we holding on to any storms? There are some Dark Templar. Interesting. Let's go for another expansion. Here we go for another base. Meanwhile, Ultras, they break through into the natural. Mass DC has arrived. Gets one. Gets two Ultras. Gets three. Okay, nice pickoffs. Carriers, they turn back around. Overseers, they rally over. You rally. Forcing back SHIN. He does drag the army into cannons. Okay. Carriers pushing forward. Now he has to be careful not to be neuraled. Does target 1, 2, he gets... Ooh, all 3! Yeah, it takes out all 3. Does cost him 1 carrier. But a very nice catch. Very nice catch here from SHIN. Catching out the Ultras. DTs are moving forward. Carrier DT. 0 Overseers. No shot. 0 Overseers. Remember, this is SC2 Zerg. He needs Overseers for detection, or spores at least. But there is 0 detection. There we go. 2 Overseers morphing in. Oh my god. Look at that burst damage. Jesus. Bam. He 3-shots the expansion. It's crazy. Overseers go down. Does what? 3 Overseers falling. He does push forward. Does have the Dark Archon. Massive Maelstrom. Oh my god. Yeah, Maelstrom goes off. Diving on the army. 1 carrier goes down, but he sniped the Overseer, and here come the DTs. No shot. The Dark Templar, they pop off. 0 detection. And wow, the comeback, and then the comeback. The reversal. GG gets called, and SHIN, he will overwhelm, and SHIN, he will take game number 1. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. What a roller coaster ride of emotions, as initially we did have a 3-point. He was in a rough position. 3-point, he failed with the initial all-in. He failed with the German taxi, and SHIN took a lead. And from there, SHIN, he was looking dominant until he took a really rough fight. If you remember, SHIN, he did overextend. He pushed out before he finished researching mind control, without any High Templar as well. He got surrounded. He lost almost everything. He plummeted in supply. And that was 3-point's game then and there. 3-point was pushing forward, he was taking down bases, and in the end, we saw that SHIN barely held, barely survived, went for a counterattack, went for a base trade, and in the middle of that base trade was able to warp in those Dark Templar, and we saw that detection was limited there for 3-point. It was very limited. In the end, Shin with a crazy comeback. GG, well played. Whew, Shin takes a lead. And as I said, it's just a big shout out to Vindicta Miguelito. Papi God. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was just engrossed in that last game, or in the first game even of the series. But thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream, had a great time. I know it's quite early in the Americas, so I hope you're okay, and hope the day will go well for you. Thank you so much, Miguelito. Miguelito. Much love. Here we go. Here we go. Maelstrom is a CC and Ultras are immune to all forms of CC. Yes. Ultras, they have what is the tag? It's like unbreakable tag or something. But yes, they cannot be crowd controlled. Whew, oh my god. GG. I guess mind control wouldn't work on the Ultras either. I believe so. That's it. Frenzied ability. Yeah. Frenzied. That's the tag that they have. But yes. I believe Shin was trying to mind control the Ultras, but he couldn't. Like, I think he was attempting to. Then he realized that he couldn't quite pull that off. So like the Dark Archons were quite limited in what they could accomplish when it came to supporting the army. Oh my god. And yeah, GG, well played. With that, we're now going to be getting into game number 2. Shin takes a lead in the series, crazy lead. And now we're loading into Pylon. Oh boy. Here we go. And Shin once again is rolling the dice and playing random. As a reminder, it is loser's pick, so 3-point will take the loss in the first game, and he decides to commit to StarCraft 2 Zerg once again. Here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Pylon. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. The SC2 Zerg player for Team Hyper 1. It is a 3-point. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the random Zerg player rolling and landing on Zerg this time. It is Shin. Immune to Maelstrom seems tough. I mean, Shin pulled it off. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. He broke through the Ultras. He broke through all the Hydras. Again, a very, very intense comeback there from Shin. Again, just play Protoss. Crazy. To be fair, we saw his Terran earlier, and I look forward to seeing potentially Shin's Terran here as well. Throughout the course of this series, I hope that he's able to showcase all 3 races, Protoss, Terran, and Zerg. I'd hope to see all of it. For now, hatch gas pool, standard opening. And of course, 3-point is unaware. 3-point, I don't think he may have seen the first Overlord actually. I did miss that, but he may have seen the first Overlord with his own. I mean, they spot each other now. And so far we have mirrored builds. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. No one's going for a 12 pull. I mean, we are on Pylon. Aggression is favored here. When it comes to Shin's Brood War Zerg, we did feature him in a best of 7 earlier, and Shin, he is quite fond of going into Muta play, so we'll see if he does go into 2-base Muta. He could have that kind of setup here. We'll see. We shall see. The ending combination was really cool. The Maelstrom to freeze, let the carriers go in and kill the Overseers, and let the DZs come in and clean up. For sure. Like, there were a couple of, like, combination moves like that we saw. Meanwhile, we are skipping link speed. So we're skipping link speed, gases are being taken, and the lair is on the way. So Shin, it looks like he is indeed rushing into 2-base Muta. That is what this perceives to be the case. But yeah, we saw some of those combinations earlier where Shin, he would jump in, he'd Maelstrom, and then storm everything, right? He'd stun the army, then mass storm as well. That was in the first fight. The second fight, the second big fight, as you mentioned, was him stunning the army, focusing down the Overseer, and then coming in with the DTs. But here we go. The lair is soon to complete. Now, bearing in mind, because there's no anti-air, because there's no queens, a interesting dynamic in this matchup here is that the SC2 Zerg gets free vision of everything. Because the Overlord can just chill. The Overlord can just chill here. Going for drop or okay. Still 2 base meter, so as we assumed, it's still going to be 2 base meter. Overlord speed here, this is just for scouting. If you recall, we saw this morning as well. This morning we casted a best of 7 between SHIN and threepoint, best of 7 ZVZ, where SHIN was playing Zerg and not random, and he was doing this very same build. He went into 2 base meter, but he went for Overlord speed just to confirm what his opponent's up to as well. But there we go, we have our wall of sunken colonies. Spire is halfway done. Back at home, we do have, again, standard opener here. No faster lair. It's going to be Ling Bane, and we're going for a Ling Bane all in. Oh. Wait a minute. I've seen this before. Yeah. Hold on. Am I... Hold on. Did I end up in the wrong place? We've seen this before. This Bane Blast is gonna fail. He's gonna go in. No, this is different. There's a secondary wall. Banelings, they break through the first. Jesus. Oh my. Okay, we'll talk about this later. As Banelings, they try to crash in, but the spine falls. The forest here deals with everything. Oh my god. 1, 2 of them go down. Only 2, but we do find a way into the main. Okay, Lings, they bust into the main. But yeah, okay. We'll talk about it after the game. Mutas have right. There's one bailing, and it looks like it's gonna be denied. Lings, they don't get into the mineral line. But yo, crazy deja vu. Almost a repeat of what happened this morning. Almost. There were some differences. As the Lings, they cleaned up, and SHIN, he will shut this down. He will shut this down. It will snowball out of control. Now, if you remember, GG gets called. GG gets called. SHIN, he will take the game. Okay. My mind was just blown. If you were here this morning for the best of 7, SHIN, he went 2 base muta just like this. He went into Overlord speed, like we mentioned, to scout across the map. When he scouted, he saw the Bailey Nest. The Bailey Nest, I should say, SHIN went 2 base muta. He went for the Overlord speed. He went into muta play. Threepoint responded, and it was the same map, pylon, same spawn locations, and Threepoint, he responded with a Bailey Nest into a Ling Bane all in, just like what we just saw. And across the map, we had the same setup, except if I remember correctly, there was only 1 Evo chamber, so it was an easier break into the base because there was only 1 Evo chamber here instead of 2. Here we had a double layered wall, but initially it was only 1 layer this morning, and here we had, was it 5 or 6 sunken colonies? This morning it was 3. It was 3 and then another 3 on the way. And what triggered me was if you look at the chat log, Threepoint laughed. He laughed last time as well. The laugh was actually due to the scouts because the Overseer, sorry, the Overlord saw the Bailey Nest, and then SHIN responded with a wall of spine crawlers. Sorry, with a wall of sunken colonies. Same thing happened last time where he scouted, he responded, and then Threepoint responded by laughing. That's why I was like, hold on, I've seen this game before, but there were some differences here. Like there was some. This was a stronger defense, I will say. I think last time this morning when Threepoint went for the all in, he killed I think he killed 4 drones, not 2. So he killed 4 drones, but last time there was only a single layered wall as well. Crazy. it was on pylon as well. It's crazy. GG. GG SHIN, he will take a lead. He will extend his lead here in the series. The Matrix is breaking. It is. But there were some slight differences, but it was very similar game. Like scarily similar. I was like, hold on, something's wrong. But GG well played. SHIN will take a 2-0 lead. And with that, we're now getting ready for game number 3. Oh boy, and it has been a bit of a rough one here for 3-point. Again, 3-point, he was unable to deny the 2-base Muta. He committed to an all-in. The all-in did fail. And now we're loading into Maganatha for game number 3. Maganatha being the largest map in the map pool. Let's go. Let us go. But like it was like I was near where I saw the opener, I saw the start of the game, and I was like, I see exactly where this is leading. Like I was like, I see the code. I see that. Oh my god, it's happening again. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha. We have our South Korean Zerg player. We have our Red Zerg representing Hyper 1. Down heavily in the series. Yasify back here now to have a chance to become our champion. The SC2 Zerg player, it is a 3-point. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the random Protoss player. I mean, we have a random Brutal player rolling and landing on Protoss once again from South Korea, representing Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. We go. So he's going to be featuring Protoss for the second time. And we'll be featuring that Protoss. And last time we did see a Stargate opener into Skytoss, into a rush into Mass Carrier. That was of course on Sylphid. Here, I want to say that that build and that kind of style is going to be favored on Maganatha as well. I say that, but I don't like the idea of doing this multiple times in the series, especially consecutively as well. So on the one hand, I feel like this map is going to favor being greedy and favor defensive play, and would favor Stargate play as well. I mean, hey, we saw it from Rebellion. Rebellion, he also went for the same build on this map, on Maganatha. But at the same time, I feel like this time, if we see that kind of opener, then SHIN would just commit, 3-point would just commit into an all-in, and would probably be a little bit more confident and more committed, and would break you, at least in my mind. So I do think it would be risky to go for another Stargate opener, but I don't know how well versed SHIN is. Like, I don't know how much Protoss he plays. I don't know if he has other builds. That's something to bear in mind, is that when someone's off racing, when someone's playing another race like this, like typically they're quite limited in how they can play certain matchups. They don't have as much diversity typically as they do with their main race. There it is, yeah, Stargate. So another Stargate opener. I am concerned it's going to be Stargates into Fleet Beacon, into second Stargate, into Skytoss. That would tell me that SHIN might just have the one build up his sleeve. But we'll see, we'll see. So far, Stargate opener. Should be for the scouts. Now hatch gas pool into the later third. SHIN, he does find the Overlord. Okay, does deny the scouts. Scout is going to be denied. We have 10 Lings in production. An extra pair of Lings on the way. 22 drones. 2 more Lings. We're going for a Link Flood. Yeah, we're going for a Link Flood. We're going for a Link Flood. Wow, but there's a shield battery there. There's a shield battery back at home. Shield battery is set. Dragoon does turn back around. And 3-point's all in. 3-point is all in. He has not drawn in quite some time. It's pure Ling and nothing but Ling. There we go. 16 more Lings in production. Behind this, it's going to be Stargate into a Citadel of Adun into charge. Okay, he's not rushing into Skytoss, but can he survive this? What does he have to defend? He's going to have 2 gates. He's going to have a 2-gate setup. He will have the Scouts. The Scout is not known for its anti-ground damage. And there we go. The Lings are revealed. They're going for the Gateway. Gateway's under fire. SHIN, he now makes a couple of Zealots. More Lings are on the way. Secondary wall behind this. Again, trying to hold on. The Gateway will fall. Yeah, Dragoon has to fall back. Nice SimCity. Very nice movement, but the Cybercore likewise exposed as well. And yeah, we need those Zealots. More Shield Riders behind this as well. And again, it's just 2 units. Just 1 Dragoon, just 1 Scout. And the walls are breaking. The walls are breaking. We do get a full surround here on the Dragoon. Second Scout has arrived. We're running out of Lings, though. We are running out. Dragoon held for so long. Does finally fall. And we have more shield batteries. More shield batteries. Zealot. Oh my god. Yeah, not able to get here in time. Lings, they flood in. They get us around. And he busts into the main. He busts into the main base. Probes have to get the hell out of here. They do pull away. Yeah, probes are falling. That's going to be a lot of worker damage. Likewise, SHIN needs more zealots. We need more of anything. Yeah, Zealot gets surrounded. Stargate's going to be depowered. And I think we barely do get, there we go, a third scout. We have 3 scouts, but there's still more links coming in. And the main base, I feel like, is gonna fall. Like the scouts, they just tickle Zerglings. Like the rate of fire is just not high enough. Yeah, the base is gonna fall. The probes are pulled to try to save it, but they can't. Yeah, they can't save it. They cannot save it. It's not gonna happen. And that's gonna be game. That's gonna be game. We have a series. We have a series. We have a back and forth. The all-in does snowball. And again, SHIN, he was just, again, a little bit chaotic when it came to the defense. A little bit haphazard. Lack of extra zealots, lack of extra units. I mean, the zealots stuck on the other side of the wall. And behind this, 3-point is on 41 turns. Yeah, GG gets called, and 3-point, he will take a game. He will make a series out of this. He will begin the comeback. GG. Whew. GG, well played. As a 3-point, he will fight back. Does commit to the all-in, and this is where 3-point's at his strongest, right? Like this is where 3-point he can do it his best, is when it comes to these all-ins. That's where he thrives. And again, as we saw, like scouts, they're not quite like an Oracle opener or a Void Ray opener. Like in SE2, the Void Ray and the Oracle, they are a little more built for defense, for that kind of early game defense and early game survival. The rate of fire of the scout is just so very low. Like they struggle to defend against these all-ins. They're better than they once were. They did get buffed at the start of the year, so they're a little bit better than what they once were. But yeah, you can't just rely on the scout, unfortunately. Not against a Ling all-in, not like that. And with that, GG well played. With that, 3-point does put a point on the board, and now we are getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Vermeer, to a 4-player spawn map. Do you think 3-point laughed like we've been here before? Well, he laughed. He laughed the first time is the thing. Like he laughed both times. But the laugh was to the scouts, to the overlord speed. But here we go. Ooh, 12 pull. As we're getting into game number 4 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Vermeer, we have our red Zerg player. He's doing what he does best. He's going all in. The Brood War Zerg going for the 12 pool. Representing Team Hyper 1, it is 3-point. As he wants those 3 points, and spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. Whew. Representing Team Weibo Gaming, WBG, this time picking StarCraft 2 Zerg in our ZVZ. Not random this time, it is SHIN. These hands against it, right? I do believe that a forged defense would be stronger, just because we've spoken about this before, right? But your production is very limited, right? Your production is very limited that early on to actually spend your money. So getting a forge and getting cannons up and running is just a good way to just have some kind of support for your gateway army. But it all comes down to scouting, right? It all comes down to realizing what's happening. SHIN didn't know what was happening until it was in his face, right? Until it was like knocking down his front door. He didn't get across the map, he didn't see what was going on. He was playing blind. But I will also say that it is more difficult to, as we're going for the Spine Rush, the Sunken Connie, I will say that it is more difficult for Brood War Protoss to scout, just because for SE2, you have the Oracle, you have the Adept Shade, and you have the Hallucination Scout as well. Like, it is a lot easier for StarCraft 2 Protoss players to confirm an all-in. It's much more difficult for Brood War Protosses. But we're coming in for the Sunken Connie. So it's going to be a 12-pool Ling Flood with some drones for the Sunken Connies. If they do finish up with the natural, that can be game, especially if SHIN fights for the natural as well. So here we go. Here come the Connies. Here comes the Spine Rush. There we go. It's going to be 2 Connies here on the low ground. SHIN, he pulls every single boy. Oh boy, he's going to commit. He's going to commit here. It's all or nothing. These finish so quickly though. Yeah, they finish so quickly, and I don't think you can stop them. Oh, yeah, the Lings will overwhelm. This is not the response. 11 drones go down, and that might just be game. Because SHIN, he fought here to save his base, and he fails to save it. So he lost 11 drones for nothing. Lost 11 drones. He failed to save the expansion. The base will go down. And with that, 3-point takes a lead. 3-point takes a lead, takes a massive lead, massive advantage. Oh no, the queen! The queen gets surrounded, and that should be game. GG gets called, that's gonna be game, and 3-point ties us up 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played again. Fun fact, deja vu, this also happened in a best of 7. I want to say that one of the 2 games at 3.1 was with a 12 pool sunken colony rush. And again, the difference between sunken colonies is they finish so quickly. They finish so quickly. And unfortunately, SHIN did decide to commit to saving the natural. And yo, you can't. I don't think... I could be mistaken, but I don't think you can save the natural in that kind of game state. So he committed to it, he lost everything trying to save it, and with that, he was punished for it. I was GG. I was GG then and there. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 5. All the way to the final game of the series. Let's go. We've made it. Made the distance to the ace match. We're going in, we're loading into Purity and Industry. And again, I appreciate that for the past 2 games, 3-point, again, he's fallen back on what he's best at here. Just all in, back. That's how we do. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Purity and Industry, he's made his way all the way to the ace match. Can he get that 3rd point? It's the man himself. South Korean Zerg player by Team Hyper 1. It is a 3-point. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, himself, representing Weibo Gaming, the SE2 Zerg. It is SHIN. And again, because 3-point has been picking a Brood War Zerg, SHIN, he is also picking SE2 Zerg. If SHIN lands on Brood War, then that's when he plays random. So we are getting towards EVZ. And it is going to be a pool first opener out of SHIN, but the mind games, because 3-point does open up hatch first instead. See in chats, in ZVZ, you have to open up pool first due to the threat of this build. I see. I mean, as we're seeing here, pool first out of SHIN. So a very safe play. This is not gas first, so this is not aggressive. Like, this is not an aggressive build, this is a safe build. Meanwhile, we do see 3-point. Yo, we're going double hatch? Yeah, double hatch before gas, before pool. Insane greed out of 3-point. So we go from the extremes. 12 pool sunken rushing game in the previous game. Here, double hatch before pool. We go. Now, a SHIN, because of the pool first, he will have earlier lings, so he has 6 lings moving out. Bearing in mind this is not an all-in, he can apply pressure, and the goal here, the ideal would be to get a couple of drone kills. If he can get like 2 drone kills, then he can make up for this. This is most likely going to end up with 2 base roach. Typically, early spawning pools like this lead into, I say 2 base roach, 2 base play. The reasoning for this is because of how late your gases are. Really late link speed, really late gases, so typically you just skip link speed entirely. But we'll see how SHIN does approach this. Bearing in mind that his opponent is also playing gasless. Right, also gasless here. So hatchery into a spawning pool. Ooh, gas is actually hidden here at the natural. Okay. Gas at the natural. Lings are spotted. The boys, they evacuate. Again, the drones, if they were here on the low ground, they'd just be killed. You can also see here that the spawning pool's not even done. So zero Zerglings. Oh, sniping the gas geyser. I like this decision. Okay. Finding some damage. Link production has begun, but the extractor should go down. And that will delay the gas income here of the Zerg of 3-point. Oh, wants a drone. Does want a worker. Doesn't get it. But it does force, yeah, he does force 2 gases to be taken to catch up. Okay, so nice. So essentially, he did kill a drone. He did kill a drone. Technically, he killed 2 because they have to morph into extra gas geysers. Lings do go down. SHIN, he checks for the 3rd. He does find the drone, and can he force a cancel? I think he can. Queen's Elephant back at home. And there's a cancellation, massive pick off, and we spoke about it. Remember, because the gases are so late, typically you skip link speed, and SHIN is skipping link speed. He's going to 2 base lair. Looks like 2 base muta. I say it looks like 2 base muta. This could still be 2 base roach with a roach warren into roach speed. That could still be the case. But two base muta is very common after like a delayed gas geyser. And I should say the same here from our red Zerg player as well. Yeah, taking all 4 gases, going into what should be a lair, into potentially muta play as well. So again, 3-point taking all of his gases. Does expand here towards the left-hand side. There is the fast lair. Now this is going to be a little bit awkward here, as SHIN does have the faster lair compared to his opponents, so SHIN should have the faster spire, assuming we go into muta play. Assuming. +1 range tells us most likely going to be roaches, not mutas. Meanwhile, I mean, SHIN, he sees the lair. Does see the lair timing. Remember, he has the Overlord parked over the base. Remember that there's no queen, so there's no anti-air, so the Overlord is able to get free scouting. Free scouting information. +1 melee tells us mutas. So it is mutas, of course, from our red Zerg. And we can see roaches out of our blue Zerg. And because SHIN can see the lair, he can respond with a Nidus all-in. He can go for a roach queen Nidus all-in, or just a roach queen walk across the map. And he can try to kill 3-point before the mute attack. Yep, roaches are building. Right now we're on full 2-base saturation, and we're amassing roaches. Lings, they come in for the surround. Clash transfuse. Ooh, still kills a queen though. Queen still falls. 3rd base being taken. There's that spire for 3-point. Meanwhile, SHIN is still waiting for his upgrades. He shouldn't be pushing yet. He's waiting for roach speed. Once roach speed kicks in with +1, then he sends it. Right now, we need a wall spine. We need a wall spine crawlers here at the natural. So far, he's only got 2 spine crawlers or 2 sunken colonies. 3-point, he is in danger. Like, this is a lot of roaches. And soon it's going to be go time. Now you can see SHIN getting a safety Hydrogen. This tells us that he doesn't have too much faith, or he's second guessing himself that he can break his opponents. But here he comes. Here comes the Roach Army. These Ducklings, ideally they go for a counterattack, and they maybe get on top of the 3rd, or maybe go for a run by into the natural. Well, I guess they can make a stand here. Here we go. We have a wall of spines on the way. The colonies are coming. That's a lot of Zerglings. And we just run past. we just run past. And again, there's only 1 colony here at the natural. He does wedge himself here in between the buildings. Lings are going down. And he should break through that spine. Yeah, the colony will fall. And there was only 1 colony here. We spoke about it. There were 3 at the 3rd. He just ignores it. He ignores the 3rd base. Gets into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. Busting into the main. Going for this, yeah, going for the spire. Why not? Yeah, spire is targeted, and behind this, hydras. Behind this, hydras are amassing. Spire goes down. Now he doesn't actually get too many. Oh, he's not done. I was gonna say he doesn't really get too many drone kills, but the roaches, they do move back in. Still not killing many workers though. Only 6. Like 3-point, he did pull back quite well. He does save his mineral lines, going back into the spire. I feel like this roach push, this roach quote-unquote all-in, needs to do a little bit more damage. Does slow down 3-point, but doesn't stop it. Now, as we settle in, SHIN does have the higher drone count, so he's slightly ahead in workers, slightly ahead in economy. We have Burrow and Tunneling Claws on the way. Now, it's difficult to get away with this kind of aggression, just because, of course, Overlords are detectors, right? Unlike in SE2, where you have to rely on Overseers and Spores, Overlords are detectors instead. So detection is more freely available, as there are Overlords in every single base. So I'm not too fond of the idea of tunneling claw roaches, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Queen's Nest is on the way. From here we can start to tech up. If we go into a longer game, we can go into a Hive, and then we can go into Guardians. If we go into the late game. That's a big if, though. I'm not too fond of this move out. The Hydras, there aren't even that many of them. And against Ling Muta, the Hydras will not win that fight. Yeah, she has to get out of here. I don't know what we're doing out here. Este SHIN. Get out of here, fam. Race back home. That was dangerous. You know, as we mentioned, we're hunting down the tunneling claw roaches. They didn't get much done. Now from here, SHIN, he can go from Hydra into Hydra Lurker Viper, or as we're seeing, this is actually going to be an earlier move out. He's choosing not to go for the Hive, he's taking up into Infestors first. So Hydra Infestor, which is more of like a mid-tier answer to Mutas. It's not as potent as Viper play, but it's faster, right? It's faster. Links their foot in. The door's open. Door's wide open. Links their foot into the natural, into the main. SHIN out of position. He's racing on over. They are the Infestors. Oh my god, does burrow. Does burrow in time. Clutch moves. Oh, but the Laser do so much here. Despite having all these spores, another Infestor. Does want to waste the fungal. And doesn't want to waste it. Nice burrow play. But did lose his queens. He lost both queens in the natural and in the main base. Critical losses. There's that Greater Spire. We did mention Hive into Greater Spire into Guardians. 3-point is almost there. He's almost at Guardian tech. Now, how do you deal with Guardians? Vipers. Hydra Lurker Viper actually can hold its own against Guardians. Ling run by, does distract. SHIN does not turn around. Ooh, these things have potential. Yeah, boys are being pulled. That's going to be a tough hold. At the same time, he commits in. The Sunken Colonies are not ready. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're not ready. Nice Microbial Shroud. Colonies start falling. And just before the Greater Spire, just before the Guardians, nice Fungal as well. Yeah, nice Fungal, nice Microbial Shroud. And SHIN has done it. SHIN, he has done it. He breaks on through. Again, the Microbial Shroud coming in clutch. Does come in clutch here. And again, sure, we have a Greater Spire, but it's too late. It's too late for the Greater Spire. I say that. Here we go. 11 Guardians on the way. But the army's already pushing in. Oh. Do you have those Sunken Colonies finishing up? Yeah, it's too late, though. It's too late. He bustled through, gets under the Guardians. And the Guardians of the Night, GG gets called. We don't get to see them. And SHIN will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's StarCraft Evolution League champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that. SHIN, he will claim the series, he will take it. Again, a very intense back and forth final game. No all-in this time, well, kind of. I mean, right, it was very, I would say very tense, just very tense. We saw two base play out of both players. We saw the Muta play out of one. We saw the two base Roach play out of the other. The Roaches, they didn't really kill too many workers. We saw that 3-point was able to sustain himself, able to get into his Mutas, able to gain map control. But we saw that he wasn't really scaling too well into a longer game against the Hydra Roach Infestor army. He was trying to rush into those Guardians, but alas, he was still a little bit too late. He barely didn't get there, especially on period in industry. I feel like the rush distance by ground is very short, especially from third to third, right? From third base to third base, very short rush distance by ground. Aggression doesn't take too long at all to move from one side to the other, and he was caught out. He was caught out trying to take up. GG. GG, well played. Whew, oh my god, and with that, SHIN, he will be our champion. Congratulations to SHIN. Again, SHIN came in as the favorite player, but a shout out to 3-point for being able to make a series out of this. GG. GG, well played. Oh. I feel like Ensnare, Ling Muta is a tried and true composition in this matchup. Kind of. Like, I have seen Guardians work. I recommend watching Dark versus SHIN. Dark versus SHIN during StarCraft Evolution League, the championship. It was amazing. That was like peak StarCraft Evolution ZVZ. Dark versus SHIN. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. But yeah, for sure, like, I feel like, obviously, Queen Tech is earlier. It's one of those things where, I guess similar to what we just saw, right? I was talking about how Hydra Lurker Viper is the ideal late game, but going into Infestors is like a good kind of like stopgap measure, like a good way to end the game a little bit earlier instead of taking up further. Similar here, right? Where like the ideal late game would be getting into Queen Guardian, but getting there is difficult, so a lot of players just rely on like Ling Muta Queen instead, like before that, right? instead of like skipping over that to rush into Guardians. But with that, GG. With that, GG. Well played. Whew. Hi. And congratulations to SHIN. And again, let's catch up on the rest of the bracket. Let's catch up on what else has been going on. Here we go. Again, we did just wrap up. We had so many matches here. Again, as a reminder, the semifinals were changed to become best of 5s instead of best of 3s. That was a recent change to the StarCraft Evolution League, so we had even more games than usual. This was almost a 6-hour cast. Jesus. Oh god, I'll be honest, because so historically whenever we do this StarCraft Evolution League via replays, historically we would do all the quarterfinals, semis, and then finals. But because of the recent change to turn the semis into best of 5s, I think I might change that moving forward. I think we might cast only a handful of quarterfinal matches, just because again this was a 6-hour cast. So it's a lot of games. It's a lot more games. So we might tone it down a little bit to accommodate. If we're gonna have more best of 5s, then we'll probably have less best of 3s this time. So I'm probably gonna do that moving forward. Like ideally, like a broadcast is around 4 hours, but this was like an extra 2, which makes sense, right? Because of the best of 5s, and I am very fatigued. Doesn't help that I haven't been getting much sleep, of course, because of all the casting, but yeah, I'm gonna go straight to bed after this. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to oh, I should actually fix up the graphic here. My apologies. Wrong way around. There we go. Congratulations to SHIN. SHIN, of course, did take the series 3-2 in the finals. He is going to be our champion. But shout out to threepoint because, hey, even though he went down in the finals, he fought hard to get there. Taking down ByuN. ByuN, as I mentioned before, like I was favoring ByuN to face off against SHIN in the finals. That's what I was looking forward to. But in the end, threepoint was able to bring him down just barely in that best of 5. Very clutch, very close series between the two of them. And likewise, shout out to MinoVK for also making a series out of it as well. I was favoring ByuN. I was favoring ByuN over MinoVK, but MinoVK was able to pop off in the late game. Specifically, if you recall, their ace match was on Neo Isles of Siren. Neo Isles of Siren. It was an island map, and MinoVK popped off with Maskytos, with just like pure carrier Corsair. And ByuN had a really hard time dealing with it. I'll be honest, I'm personally not too aware of what would be the best solution to that kind of style, outside of keeping up the aggression. Like winding it back, for those of you that remember, it was ByuN going for a mass drop play, and he killed a lot of probes. He killed a lot of workers, going for mass drop play. And then he slowed down and started building up Vikings and building up, you know, his anti-air army, and allowed MinoVK to max out, to resaturate, to take more bases, and to snowball out of control. It's crazy. But regardless, GG, well played. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the evening, and we're going to be back in a couple of hours with our next broadcast. Bam, as you can see here. We have our next broadcast ready. It is going to be the Pegasaur Cup Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning is going to be the Pegasaur Cup. That's going to be at 9 AM KST. That's going to be at 10 AM AST. That is going to be in 8 hours. In 8 hours time, we're going to be live with some more StarCraft as always. Now, thankfully, tomorrow we only have one cast. Tomorrow we have half a day off. Usually we have 2 half days off, but this week we were called upon. Steadfast is going to be unavailable, so this week we are going to be covering the OSC King of the Hill. I think recently Steadfast has been covering that, but this week we will be stepping in. That's going to be on Friday. So only half a day off this week. Let's go. A lot of StarCraft. So tomorrow's Pegasaur Cup. Thursday is going to be the LATAM League in the morning. We have the Pondcast. We have Euthermal Super 2 Circuits on Friday. We have King of the Hill, of course. We have KSL, SDO, Cheese at Elphia over the weekend, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well to end the week, as always. So again, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. We'll be all over that. I'm going to go and get as much sleep as I can. I'll try my best to get as much sleep as I can and get ready for the cast for the Pegasaur Cup. See you then in 8 hours time. 8 hours time. Otherwise, hope you enjoyed yourselves. Hope you had a great time. Hope you did enjoy. Just catching up. Hyper is trying to kill you. True. Ay. Este Hyper one. But thank you so much. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And again, if you want to support the StarCraft Evolution, or the StarCraft Evolution, the mod, you can do so via Patreon, !SC Evo. There is a Patreon in the chat, or a link to the Patreon, to the team working behind the scenes. They do a lot of work behind the scenes on balancing the game, on adding graphics, on of course porting maps as well. They've put in a lot of time and effort and work and passion into StarCraft Evolution. They're also working on a campaign. They're working on basically porting over the Brood War campaign into StarCraft 2, using, you know, their models, their mod, using everything involved. So yeah, it's really cool to see them take the initiative, of course, and it's a big project. It's a big project. They've been working on it for years at this point. I think like 2 years, like around 2 years of development, and yeah, they've been putting in a lot of work. So if you want to support them, you can do so via Patreon. Patreon is there for Team Kapulu. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys in 8 hours time with the Pegasaur Cup. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next. Also, if you want to support us, socials in the chat. If you want to watch VODs, YouTube. That's our big plug. Is YouTube is the place to be for VOD content. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis, and we have our own Patreon as well. Patreon in the chat. Our own Patreon is to also fund our tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Masters Open as well. It's all done via Patreon. So if you want to help support the tournaments, if you want to support the scene, if you want to help support the players, then Patreon is the place to be. Otherwise, thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.